Warning, the following contains material that may be too disturbing to some people. Descriptions of violence, mature situations, and adult themes. This is intended for mature audiences. Viewer discretion is advised.
When the threads of creation unravel.
When the sun itself hangs black in the sky.
And the Arcana are silent.
Will you fight for a world that has forgotten you?
Or will you let it burn?
The Arcana are lost.
The planes bleed into one another.
Blasphemy spreads like a plague.
But hey, nothing's truly gone.
Not if you're willing to find it.
What will you do?
Who will you become?
Will you resurrect what was lost?
Or create something new.
The gods are gone.
The world is breaking.
All that remains is you.
Will you rise?
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 Prepare to weave your own fate. Howdy, everybody, and welcome to Of Divinity and Darkness. We're going to be playing some more Dungeons and Dragons 5th edition for you guys today. I hope everybody's having an awesome week. How are you guys doing?
Doing pretty good.
Pretty good.
Doing
Pretty
fine,
good.
man.
Great.
Anything interesting happen this week? Did you guys watch the Super Bowl or anything like that? No,
No,
Not me.
Couldn't
Nope.
throw off the mojo. I haven't watched games, so I couldn't watch it.
All right. Well, I'm also not a big sports ball guy myself. I just heard a bunch of people saying it was a blowout, and like it was over by halftime, is what people were saying. Well, anyways, let's play a different kind of game, guys. Welcome. Let's go over a couple announcements here before we get started, guys. If you're watching on YouTube, all the links are in the description below. But just in case there's somebody here who doesn't know where to find me, here's my link tree. It'll take you to all my channels and social medias. Yeah, we'll do a recap here in just a sec too. We can do that. We can let you guys do that. You can also jump into the Discord server. It's free. It's public. You can ask lore questions. There's an art channel, chaos memes for you guys. You can check all that stuff out. There's the link there. And more links coming in the future. So what we usually do with the D&D games when we jump in every session, just in case there's a new viewer, what have you, we go around, we have everyone introduce themselves again. And then if you guys want, you can tell us a little bit about yourself, your character, maybe what you did last episode. And then at the end, we'll sort of sum everything up with the recap and jump in and play. So first up on the docket today it's Dakin, right? Got
Dakin,
it. Okay,
yeah.
I got it right this time. Dakin, who is playing Modane on Weir for you guys. How are you doing today, man?
I'm doing well. I am excited to get after my first tarot reading. Finally got a set of cards. I'm a honest to goodness fortune teller now.
Right
We'll
on.
see about that. Happy to be hiding behind Asher once again and avoiding any sort of combat or physical labor I can possibly avoid.
Right on. It sounds like a good way to live. Honestly, that's me on a daily basis, avoiding combat and physical labor. Yeah, I identify with you a little bit, bud. Cool. Well, thank you, Dakin. Up next, we've got a wizard once playing Asher Starborn for you guys. Brandon, how's it going?
That's going pretty good. Had a good weekend with a friend of mine. He's brewing some beer, and I may be trying to make a cider. So we're gonna see how that all turns out in about a couple days, and then even more later. So,
Right on, dude. Yeah. Thanks for being here. Thank you, Brandon. Up next, we've got Rubber Band playing Wild Otto Kent Oates. How you doing, Rubber Band?
Pretty good. Hoping this new camera doesn't die mid-session like the old one. Hoping to get Oates to be a glorious hero before he dies a heroic death.
I'd say you did pretty good last time.
Yeah.
Considering it was a very difficult encounter for you guys last time, so props.
Thankfully I got a good team behind me.
Yes.
Way behind.
But you came to heal him, so not all that behind.
Thank you, Rubber Band. And of course, last but not least, we've got Sonoman playing Aldrich Soul for you guys today. How's it going, man?
Hey man, fine. It was a little bit of a tiring week, but here we are. I am excited to try and figure out the personality of Aldrich Soul to interact with the people of the Caravan.
Yeah, I feel that. We'll get into it today. I think you guys are going to have plenty of opportunity to RP today, at least. That is the goal. So basically what happened last time is we met all the characters. You guys were traveling with this caravan of a bunch of people, a bunch of some more interesting than others, and the caravan had a wheel breakdown about just a little bit of travel outside this village they were heading to sort of rest and resupply and that kind of thing. And you guys were sent ahead to scout the village, just make sure everything was okay while they repaired the wagon and caught up with you. Upon entering the village, you guys noticed there was not anybody around. The village looked like it hadn't been tended to for some time. You ended up finding a corpse, I think, early on, that had been essentially mummified by the desert heat and dryness, as well as some tracks, some canine tracks that sort of staggered through the town. Looking around, you guys noticed things had mostly been scavenged. You did find some drag marks in one of the buildings, indicating maybe somebody was dragged from their home or something like that. And you ended up following these tracks and sort of the leftover mayhem to the village inn. Upon arriving, you were beset by a bunch of hyenas who were feeding and chewing on the remains of presumably the villagers. And you guys defeated them and entered the inn, where you found a bunch of bodies displayed in macabre patterns, ritualistic patterns, some dismembered and made into an ornate art display. And you noticed a symbol carved into like the door frame near where that sort of art display was. Symbol of an Ouroboros with draconic features to it. Some of you had a little bit of information about it. Some of you
Well, would you like me? Because I have a recap here. That's what I was asking you.
Oh, you
Would
actually made a
you feel
recap?
like-
Brandon,
Yes,
look
I
at you.
did.
Go ahead, bud.
All right. Well, hello. My name is not important, but I am called Asher Starborn in the city record. But you can call me Echo. My journey has been long and confusing right now, and I'm here to tell you about the events that have transpired more recently. I've found myself traveling with a caravan. There are many people here who are interesting, to say the least, but I have met one, an Earth Genasi. He goes by Oates. He's a very trusting soul, but I don't know what. I do know what the world will do to a man like that. He has 2 children that he takes care of. I don't think they're his by birth, but it's good that he takes care of them. Nice guy. There's another I can feel watching me. He's a mystery, and I don't know what to think. Were it not for greater events, something of that would have been needed to come to a head, but for now it can rest. The caravan itself came to a village. It seemed abandoned. Me and others scouted it out. We found a man there. He seemed more out of place than I was. Though he was friendly enough, and he sure made himself welcome. We followed the tracks we found and located a pack of hyenas. Oates met them like the hero he is, and it nearly cost him his life. Myself and the newcomer helped to keep him up. The follower, I think, did something. It's hard to tell when he tirelessly stands behind me and writes things in his book. Once the animals were dispatched, we searched the inn. We found a macabre scene staged inside. It was horrific, but worst was the symbol I saw carved into the wall. When we got back, I had only a moment to uncover the meaning of the symbol before the world started coming to an end. But we are here, and I am fine. I have to be fine. People are depending on me. At least I know they might be safe. Just hang in there. I'm coming. I promise.
Not bad, man. Yeah. Once you guys sort of figured out what the scene was in the end, did you guys dispose of the bodies? I know one of you mentioned it, but I just don't know if you guys actually took the time to do it.
No, we decided
No.
to ask the other priests in the caravan if they knew something about it.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I know you guys regrouped with the caravan at the entrance to the village. They had sort of caught up to you guys by the time you returned there. And then the the end of the world happened, I guess. The sun turned black. The ground shook violently for a few minutes. One of you saw a large silhouette off in the distance towards creation. There was also a shooting star, if I recall, that streaked across the sky and seemed to land somewhere back toward the deeper into the desert. Um, and I think that's sort of where we left off. People in the caravan were sort of reacting to this. Some people were, wailing. Some were just staring pensively at the sky. Others concerned. Um, some people were talking back and forth about what they should do. Um, and I think that's where we sort of uh, fade back in with the camera sweeping across the crowd of people, clearly on edge, still staring at the sky. Um, some murmuring back and forth about what to do. Maybe we hear a person say, maybe it'd be best to flee into the desert. Um, Another saying that they should just forget the village and head to creation. And then someone else saying, uh, uh, didn't you hear that? The ground rumbles. There's smoke in the sky. Creation could be on fire for all we know. And then we settle on you guys. What are you doing?
Medane. Oh, sorry, Asher.
Was Asher still just kind of standing there, looking off into the distance?
Medane would fall to his knees and immediately try and do a reading.
Okay. What does a reading look like for you? Have you been properly trained in the ways to do an authentic reading?
A little bit. My master was a divination wizard. More so a researcher than a fortune teller, though. So it might be more of like a crude pantomime of what I've seen in the past.
Okay. Well, I mean, this is kind of like a form of divination. I mean, this is something that's considered sacred in the world, and so I think it makes sense that you would kind of, at the very least, know the mechanics of what you're doing here. Let's see. Let's do this. Recall just in case there's any cards out there, and we'll shuffle. So here's my question. What are you trying to get a read of?
Is this the doom that it seems like? Or is there still hope?
Okay. And are you laying the cards out just on the sand, or are you laying a cloth down, lighting a candle?
I would. Is it very windy currently? I know the ground's rumbling.
It's the ground started to settle probably by now. I mean, it's a desert. There's probably a bit of wind blowing. Yeah.
Then I would forego the candle, and I would kind of put the cards between my knees as I'm kneeling, trying to shelter them from the wind.
Sure. Okay. And you're just trying to get a read of the situation and how everything is going. All right. I'm gonna draw 3 cards at random here, and then we'll talk about their meanings. Oh gosh. Okay. Let me take a look at something here. That is very interesting for that card to come up right there. Just saying.
Are you going to roll the 3d2?
I will. Just give me 1 second. I might have to explain something to you first. Yeah. Okay. So first of all, you will be rolling some D2s, but it won't be 3 D2s. Now, because an Arcana card popped up, given the state of things right now, it pops up reversed. Always. Arcana cards are going to do that for the time being.
Oh.
Now, roll me 2d2, please.
Both ones.
Okay. So, let's first talk about, we'll go from left to right here. Okay. The card on the left represents basically the past, or some element of the past that could affect things going forward. Now, the Knight of Swords is probably a pretty good card in general, but let's take a look at it here. All right, so typically it represents being assertive or direct. It can also represent patience, being daring, focused, that sort of thing, when it's in the upright position. Of course, the card depicts a young man dressed in his armor, riding a strong white horse into the midst of battle. The color of the horse is a reference to the purity and intellectual energy that motivates the rider. The sky behind him holds stormy clouds as well as trees, which are tossed wildly around by strong winds. Let's see here. Ooh. Once the knight sets forth toward his goals, there is absolutely no stopping him. He doesn't see, and he doesn't care about any upcoming challenges. When we're thoroughly obsessed by a certain idea, we strongly try to manifest it. Oftentimes, we can be blinded by desires for the fulfillment of this idea that we fail to see difficulties, obstacles in our path. So the Knight of Swords can represent carelessness, striding forth towards your goals, but being so too focused on them, perhaps. Let's see here. Okay. It can represent something being like getting something done, like achieving a goal. Ambition, strength, determination, and a quest. Yeah, but also failure to see consequences. It's almost a bit of the fool in a way. It says, he may charge forth into dangerous territory without preparation or foresight. This could lead him to great danger.
Man, I really wonder what that could mean.
Yeah. So I'll let you make of that what you will. Up next, we have probably what I immediately thought was the most interesting card in the reading. Tower. Now, the center card represents the present or the current state of things. And the Tower, when reversed, means averting disaster, delaying the inevitable, and resisting change. Typically, the Tower would represent disaster itself, destruction, upheaval, trauma, sudden change. The forest fire that burns the forest but leaves something to regrow in the ashes. When the card's reversed, it focuses a bit on delaying this sort of destruction, but typically reversed Arcana cards take on their negative meanings. Let's see here. When you get the Tower card reversed, you can feel some crisis looming on the horizon. You're struggling as much as you can to avoid its manifestation. And what you've not realized is that these breakdowns can actually be beneficial. They can help you move past something that you're relying on that is false. The Tower is built on faulty foundations, and it must fall. Though the destruction is painful, the humbleness resulting from it can bring us peace. Let's see here. Whatever you relied on before will no longer be there for you. Do not take this as a drastic and depressing change. It is time for you to become more self-reliant. It can represent leaving a relationship or a business partnership. Yeah. So bad things are happening, but I would say overall this means perhaps not all hope is lost. This could actually be a good thing somehow. In a weird way. Up next, it looks like we have the Four of Cups. Yeah, Four of Cups. Now, the card on the right represents the future or the possible path forward. Let's see here. Four of Cups upright. Ooh. Actually, I thought this was going to be better than it is. So upright, the Four of Cups represents apathy, contemplation, being disconnected, melancholy, boredom, indifference, or discontent. On the image of the Four of Cups is a young man sitting under a tree on a mountaintop, far from others. Seems to be in contemplation and meditation. In front of him are three cups laying on the grass, while another is being offered by a hand in the air. The man has crossed his hands and legs and is looking down at the three cups unimpressed, but cannot see the cup being presented by the outstretched arm. It represents our tendency to take for granted the things we have, making it hard for us to see what treasures the universe presents us with. Let's see here. Tends to appear when you're feeling discouraged and unmotivated. You may feel as if there's no solution or way forward. Life has become stagnant and nothing seems to make you happy. Whether the day is good or bad, none of it matters to you. The solution is likely right in front of you. You must deploy a new approach. Let's see. When the Four of Cups comes up, you must search your motives, instincts, and thoughts to find the way forward. It can represent being bored with life or relationship or partnership in business, current mission, quest, and a need for change in perspective. It's kind of similar to the Knight of Swords in a way. Yeah. That's the gist of it. So, you look at these cards, and being somebody who lives in this world, you know these meanings right away. Like the meanings of these symbols is kind of like drilled into pretty much everybody who has a normal upbringing and relatively in this setting. My green screen just fell. 1 second. So what do you do when you get this reading?
Medane will very slowly gather the cards and say a prayer to the star as he lifts his head. Though the sun be black, there is still hope. Though the future uncertain, path ahead dangerous, the star will guide us. And he's going to, by the time he's raised his head, be smiling ear to ear and saying nothing else.
Okay. Yeah. Are you trying to keep this reading mostly to yourself, or?
Oh, no. I said that all out loud, and I kind of kept the cards between my legs to shelter him from the wind. But I was too rushed and too eager to do the reading to like try and hide it.
Okay. So maybe some of the other players who are paying attention see this. A couple others turn their gaze from the sky for a second, perhaps, in the caravan. What are the rest of you guys doing?
Well, I rolled perception just for that, so.
Oh, okay. Oh yeah. Okay, so that
Yeah.
crit. All right, right on.
Trembling, seeing the sky, I leave my spear here stuck in the ground and rush to find Delia and Varro.
Delia and Varro, the kids, right?
Mm-hmm.
Let me see here. Well, un momento, por favor.
Sem problemas.
My notes are being crazy. All right. Where do they be? Sorry for the suspense. Yeah, it's killing me. Trying to find are they mixed in, I think, with the other characters, so I'm just trying to locate them. There they okay, there they are. I'm just blind.
You trying to look for the NPCs?
Yeah, I wasn't looking for their first name. I was looking for Della and Varro instead of, like, is it Shuan? I guess, whatever their first name is. X. Okay. So yeah, you locate the kids. They're probably standing somewhere amidst the crowd, together, of course, just standing, staring up at the sky with blank expressions on their face. When you approach them, they don't even really turn to look at you. What do you do?
I join them and start to try to calm people down. Since there is a crowd, this could get bad quickly. It's panic.
Okay. make a performance or persuasion check.
I'll go with persuasion. Sorry.
11.
We don't roll with the most upright citizens, so them panicking could be bad.
Yeah. I mean, you don't make you don't make the situation worse. The kids are kind of calm, actually. I imagine Varro is just kind of furrowed his brow and is staring pensively at the sky. Della stares at the sky, but her eyes keep darting to him. Also, he murmurs something under his breath. What's your passive perception, Oates?
11.
Make a roll. He
Glad that cleared that up.
Yeah. He says something in probably a dialect you're not super familiar with. But you kind of get the general meaning of it, and it's basically he's saying like, "Oh, figures." Like, of course, something like that. And Della says nothing. But yeah, I mean, you're sort of like, all right, folks, calm down. Like, it's gonna be okay. We're we're gonna make it through this. Everybody just try to stay calm. We need to come up with a plan or something like that. And it's kind of what you start doing to the crowd. And I mean, some people get a bit quieter. But it certainly doesn't just like calm everybody down.
Yeah.
I suppose the other option would be to come up with a plan. Aldrich, we haven't really gotten to you yet, right? What are you doing?
Sure. Well, first thing I wanted to put down there is that since I saw that Mundane was doing the reading, I would be interested in which cards and which order, and well, for him that's a sacred ritual, so it was a little bit unexpected that was being done in the sand, but I think he would understand the situation. So he would come to Mundane and say, well, despite the circumstances, I think your zeal is commendable. You inspire me for that.
Thank you. I have never actually done a reading before, but...
Oh, was that your first time?
Yes. But I think it went rather well.
I believe so, especially for the tower in the middle there, in our current time. That was quite on point, I would say.
Yes, that is certainly good. But it's more the first that brought my gaze. A knight of the swords from the past. Remind you of anyone, Aldrich?
Well, I was thinking of us in general, especially with the prayer that you said in the end. Am I correct to assume that you are of the Star?
Why, yes, Following the star, such as I can.
Well, when we have a little time in a more what's the word? In a more well, I have something to disclose to you, but not now. But I believe that we are all, the four of us, ordained to greater meaning on all of this that's happening now.
Four of us. You mean the lad and the
Yes.
other one?
The three of you that found me in the desert.
There might be something to that. Perhaps we should seek their counsel.
And I think that by now Oates is going to try to do his speech, right?
Yeah, Oates is like trying to kind of settle people down. Oates, while you're doing that, Sister Saren approaches you, Kalia, and she gestures to the severe wounds on your neck, and she's like, Oates, right? Look, I really like to take a closer look at that. I think, don't want to have it get infected.
Agreed. It just feels like there's more important things happening. Looking towards the sky.
She looks at this, like follows your gaze to the sky and kind of stares pensively for a second. And she looks back to you and she says, sure. But look, if you're gonna keep them safe, then, well, you need to look after yourself too.
I tenderly touch the wound and you're all right. I will defer to your wisdom. And give a slight bow and follow her wherever she's going to look at it.
Yeah, I mean, it's not far. It's, a few paces really, basically to like her like wagon. She approaches, like she probably has like a horse. The horse turns to her and she runs a hand up its nose and between its eyes and gives it kind of a scratch behind the ear. And it goes back to just like standing there and resting, kind of jostles its head a bit. She pulls you back to probably like a crate that's attached to the wagon or sitting on it, and rifles through some of her pockets and finds like a needle and some thread, opens a crate and reaches inside. She pulls out what looks to be like some kind of like herbal paste that's wrapped in like paper, and she unfolds it, and it has like a minty kind of scent to it. She gestures to your wound and says, "All right, do you mind?"
I lean over to give her better access. It's clenching my teeth, ready for the sting of the medicine.
She takes this needle she has and she kind of like rubs it in this paste. She attaches the thread to it and she starts to suture your wound here. Let me see. I think she has to make a roll for this. Make a con save.
Oh, me dying is going to be a running joke, ain't it?
You're fine. Oh, that's a check. It should be a save. You should actually have a bonus to that. There's a separate button for the save.
Okay, I see it.
Yeah. So it would have been 16. All right. So she makes a roll. Oh, she doesn't have to make the roll. I'm assuming you let her do this, right?
Yeah.
All right. So instead, she does actually make a roll, but it's for how much? All right. Okay. So you gain 5 temporary hit points as she stitches the wound closed. Once she's done, it's painful, by the way. She's not gentle. It doesn't feel good. The wound is kind of sensitive anyway. And so she's like poking the needle out of this, in and out of your skin near it. And go ahead.
I'd be biting my thumb trying to like, don't squeal. Like, this is not the time to be.
Yeah. She's like, an inch or so deeper or to the left, and you probably wouldn't be standing here right now. And she's like kind of trying to hold you still a little bit, but you're really not moving all that much. She gets the thread all the way through. She kind of like bites the end of it to snap it, and ties it pretty neatly. And then she takes the remainder of the paste that was wrapped up in paper and kind of like spreads it over the stitch and wound itself. And I think she takes a step back and she just says, "All right, there. It's not going to feel great, but you shouldn't, bleed out anytime soon."
Thank you. I'll consider myself lucky that I was in your capable hands. As I rub my thumb, trying to get rid of the teeth imprint I left on my skin.
She nods and she says, "Right, well, let's get back to making sure all these people don't, freak out, lose their minds."
Is there a water barrel? Someplace I can wash off the blood?
Yeah, she probably, like if you ask, she probably takes, directs you to a barrel on her wagon. Maybe she removes the top of this barrel. It's just filled with water. Probably not like a full-size barrel that's waist high, but maybe it's like a smaller barrel, like it would be like knee or shin height.
I'll give myself a few cups, like, to wash off the majority of the blood, just so I'm not, calm down, everyone. I just look like I died.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you notice that like her robes are kind of faded, but there's like faint blood stains on like especially near the ends of her sleeves um, that are dried, from keeping people together through skirmishes the last month or so. While you're rinsing off, she says, "So Oates, don't take this the wrong way, but where are you from anyway?"
Iridor? It's a mining town in coins. Why?
She kind of like wrinkles her brow and she says, "Don't know where that is. What brought you here? Why are you guarding this caravan?"
Experience mainly is why I'm doing it. The reason I'm here is it's tradition that every man, once he comes of age, goes out into the world and gains some coins, some knowledge, and a wife to bring home, as my father and his father before him.
She she makes a face when you mention wife. You can make an insight check if you like.
Hey, I noticed things this time.
Yeah, the face she makes is like, "Oh God, I hope he doesn't get the wrong idea." Like that's the kind of face she makes.
Noted.
Yeah. But she just kind of nods and she says, "Right. Well, experience makes sense, I guess." And the two of you like rejoin the group after you've washed off. Asher, what are you up to? You've been staring at the sky for a bit, kind of pensively.
No, so we have something going on. Asher's playing music.
Okay. Is that your performance check?
Yes, and that's the music in the background.
Oh, okay, okay. Um, oh, okay, let me.
Yeah, so Asher is pulled out his lyre and he is performing. Don't know how well this is coming through on the mic, but
About an 8.
Yeah, it's about an 8. It's not. It's less than. It's below average. You might say.
yeah. Oh, I meant audible.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I can hear it. It's kind of quiet.
Don't want it to be too loud, of course.
Yeah. There's like a couple people who kind of like furrow their brow and look over their shoulder toward you. Yeah, while you're playing. Nobody stops you, I don't think. But there's a couple people who kind of like one or two people that kind of like move away. But there's also like some people seem to not mind it.
Medane's actively trying to dance as he walks towards Echo.
It is not good dancing.
Oh no.
Yes.
Needs to see
That's what Echo Asher is doing. He is just playing and sort of closing his eyes and sort of letting the music kind of go for a moment as everyone hopefully everyone is calming down and all that stuff. And as it sort of finishes on up, he sort of takes it and sort of puts it away and sort of looks around and kind of looks out to the captain, and he sort of walks up towards him, and he is like, "What is your plan, Jihan Fang?"
Yeah, he finally he's been kind of quiet the whole time and just staring at the sky with this just sort of like 1,000-yard stare on his face. Um he he kind of like snaps out of it and turns back to you and says, right, um what's the state of the village? It seems like it's abandoned. Did you find anything?
Completely abandoned, completely picked free by bandits. There was a very unfortunate scene in the inn. I would not let any who is not of a strong constitution in there until all the bodies are taken care of.
Hmm. Okay. How many bodies are we talking about?
Too many for me to count easily.
His head kind of tilts to one side and he says, they were
It was not arranged like an accident or animals. It was staged.
hmm, okay. So what? Bandits? One of the
Something like that,
orc tribes?
perhaps. There's a
At this
symbol on the wall. Perhaps you will know of its meaning more than I will.
What was it?
A dragon eating its own tail.
Um let's give him a check and see. Let's give him a check and see. Where's his? There we go. There we go. Oof. He only gets a flat D20. It's not very good at knowing stuff. Are you describing it to him, or you guys made a rubbing of it, right?
I don't know
Yeah,
about the rubbing.
I have it.
Okay.
If someone walks up with the rubbing, I'll be like, yeah, that right there.
I would say that I'm paying attention to that conversation, so
Yeah.
I would come close and show the rubbing for him.
All right. Yeah, you join him mid conversation. You show him the rubbing. He looks at it, kind of frowns, scratches his chin, shrugs. I don't know, probably some crazy cultists or something. Don't
That's
recognize it.
exactly what I said. I said some sort of cult, an undeath cult.
Perhaps.
What makes you think it's undeath?
Oh, something about the placement of the bodies, the religiosity of it. It screamed undeath to me. In fact, it was a flagrant anti-arcana display.
He says, man, that would be the kind of thing you'd send magisters after. Well, if we do make it back to creation, we should let somebody know. How long were the bodies there, Asher? Were they old? Recent
They-
kills?
I'm assuming they were fairly old. I don't remember you saying anything about the age of the bodies, and you are the GM.
I think I told you guys it was a couple weeks to couple months.
Okay.
Yeah.
Fairly long in their decay. Not recent. They likely aren't around anymore, but anyone who did that could come back. I think the trip to creation may be troublesome, but I don't know if staying here would be better. I intend to continue on to creation. I wanted to know what your plans were. This is your caravan, after all. Sir.
Yeah, he nods and he says, well, I think at the very least we need to regroup, get our bearings. We don't know what the situation is in creation. The village was attacked, but its attackers have been gone for some time. It shouldn't hurt us to take one night here, give everyone a chance to come to terms with things.
I would suggest not letting people in the inn then. There are plenty of houses we could use.
Yeah, he nods and he says, well, we could clear it out.
If that is if that is what you wish, again, I only wish. I think that it could cause more chaos and disquiet of people.
It's a good point. We don't want people to panic. We could have, I don't know, Sister Sarah or one of the priests give them their last rites, bury them. Although, from the sound of it, that would take ages. If we split everyone up into different houses, they might be less safe. If we keep everyone together, it's easier to protect them if something does happen.
Small group of close by houses should also do the trick, though. Don't spread them out too much. We're all within distance. If something goes down, others are but a house away. We also have the wagons. I'm assuming we've been camping on the road and sleeping on the road, Like, it shouldn't be hard for, like, if what map you have, take a few wagons, get a few houses, we'd have, I think, enough for everybody to, like, sleep in there.
Yeah. I mean, you guys can definitely do that. He says, okay, well, maybe it's best to keep the exact details about the bodies quiet for now. Although a bit blasphemous of us not to put them to rest proper.
Would I know if burning bodies is also a proper way to deal with them?
It definitely is. Yeah. Typically that's what's probably done with most people when they die. If there's like a proper funeral, they're probably cremated.
I mean, is like my suggestion would be just to burn the entire inn. Everything that happened in there is wrong and terrible, and the whole place.
As much as I enjoyed the idea of setting fire to the place, and do think that's quite right, wouldn't something like that act as a signal to perhaps those, cultists or other nefarious actors?
Fair. I suppose we could burn it as we leave.
Protecting ourselves and giving rights to the dead, I think that seems a sensible compromise.
Right. Okay. Right. Okay. So we let everyone rest from travel.
Just a second, could I interact with the leader?
Yeah.
Okay, so, well, my good sir, as much as I am not one of you, I would ask to stay with you. I am astray. I have had an accident with my group, and I got lost from them. I can't offer much, but at least I have an able body to, as a soldier, to protect you, and I can help you at least with water and healing.
Yeah, he nods. He kind of looks you up and down. Um, he says, "You got a strange look about you, friend." Kind of tilts his head.
Roll a persuasion there.
Well, you can if you want. He's not saying that necessarily in a bad way.
Oh, sure.
But he says he kind of like looks at your feet and he says, where were you trained?
I started my training in coins, but was moved towards to finish my, well, to finish my training and
It sounds like there's something you're not telling him.
yeah. So persuasion, right?
I'll allow persuasion or deception. It's not technically a direct lie. It's kind of a lie of omission. Either way.
It's going to be the same anyway. And it's not good.
I'll give him another insight roll just so he has a chance to fail. Because the 12 would stand otherwise.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Okay.
He shakes his head. He says, no. I've faced coinsmen in battle. No, your posture, you're better trained than just a mercenary, a paid fighter. He kind of like narrows his eyes at you and he says, who do you follow?
I followed the Emperor. No one else.
His head kind of tilts back and he makes a face. I guess you can make an insight check.
Mm-mm-mm.
Yeah, he makes almost kind of like a knowing face at you, like that makes sense. And he says, Emperor, huh? Right. No, that adds up a bit more, I think. You know,
Mm.
might want to be careful around some of the others.
Of course, I do my best to not interfere with your working theory.
Yeah, he kind of he just sort of stares at you for a second and he nods and he says, "No, I don't see you interfering with anything. Although I imagine you probably have an inkling to find out what happened with the village."
Well, the most I understand that was some group that displayed the most heretical thing I have ever seen there. Well, at least by the hand of humans.
Heretical. Right. No, you're welcome to stay. I think maybe you can help us look out for these people.
I thank you deeply for your charity.
He turns back to you, Asher, and he says, right. Well, we'll get people moving into the village, not setting up, long term for the time being. Try to get a feel for what everyone thinks. And, well, if everyone's ready, then we'll head toward creation tomorrow. But who knows? Some people might want to stick around, feel safer here.
I mean, I suppose that is their choice. I intend to go.
Yeah, he nods.
I'll
He
t-
says,
I'll take any who is willing to travel with me, and this is your caravan. I wanted to know if you would be going that way as well.
Mhm.
he says, you have family there?
I have business there.
Fair enough.
Well, sure. I, for one, will go with you. I have to check something with my own eye there.
Looks at Aldrich and goes, I would gladly travel with you. We should likely see if Oates is willing to join us as well. If you are not going, I would ask him to join us. He is quite the guard and fighter.
I saw that. The kids
Oh.
fighting is commendable. Let's.
What's your what's you guys' passive perceptions?
16.
Not better than that.
10.
Oates?
11.
13.
All right. So I think Aldrich, you notice it first. Asher, you may also notice when you guys are all kind of talking. Maybe Oates is approaching to catch up or is nearby, trying to settle people down. There's two people that's sort of kind of watching the conversation nearby. This guy and this lady.
With whom?
I've changed their art since last week.
Oh, it's the it's
the higher
the,
guards.
no, it's the two at the bottom that I had there.
The two
they had
lone wolves
yeah.
that don't talk to nobody.
Renji
Those are
and
the
Yuki.
hired muscle, no?
They
It's
had
Renji and Yuki.
Yeah, Renji and Yuki. You got it.
Yeah.
And when you sort of notice them, Renji is kind of looking down at the ground, and he says, hey, you guys are heading to creation. I think Yuki and I would like to tag along. Keep close. He kind of like raises his eyebrows at you, like he's trying to gauge you for something, Aldrich.
Well, I deflect to Asher. Well,
Yeah.
Asher, you're the one that's been traveling with them. It's your call.
I sort of look and nod, sort of smile and step on in front, and I'm like, I mean, of course, the more the merrier. We're always happy to, have good friends there. I don't believe we've had the opportunity to talk. It will be a good chance to get to know each other, won't it? I'm guessing that you said these two people have not really talked to anyone.
Yeah, they
the whole
mostly
time,
keep
right?
they mostly keep to themselves. Yeah,
Yeah, and I'm
Go ahead.
assuming that's also included Asher, right? Like,
Yeah, I mean, if you've attempted conversation with them, they've not like shooed you away. They've just been kind of short and kind of aloof and not really interested.
Sure.
Um,
That's a 4. So obviously
critical fail.
Critical fail.
Mhm.
They're super trustworthy. I mean, like, I don't know why I was so like worried about these guys in the first place. All right.
I mean,
like,
Oates trusts them, so of course they're
yeah,
trustworthy.
no, you know what? Maybe Oates is right. Oates has known them longer than I have. They're totally good. All right.
And what do
Okay.
Aldrich and Medane think about that?
Let's see. 16 and a 17. I think you both probably pick up on something. They're really focused on Aldrich. Something about the conversation got their attention. Like they were nearby, kind of halfway paying attention. But while you were talking to the captain, Aldrich, they both just started staring at him, at you. And they kind of exchanged some looks. Yuki's been kind of quiet, but she looks tense. And the other thing, Medane, you notice this. Aldrich doesn't necessarily. It's Renji, right? Yeah, Renji. His trigger hand is twitchy. Like he seems like he's also kind of tense, but he seems like he's ready to go for his gun. He's not going for it, but he's prepared to, if that makes sense. So you guys all kind of pick up on this, gauging the situation. And Renji says, you know, that armor is kind of clean. New. Where'd you get it? And Yuki's eyes dart to him.
Well, the armor should be tarnished and really badly tarnished, but not ancient.
Yeah, it's okay. It's not ancient, but it's tarnished. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, it was not well maintained when it was.
Okay.
Still, I doubt it looks like however many years.
Yeah, it should be looking really good for the age.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe instead of him saying it looks new, maybe he says it looks unique.
So I have a question for you in the middle of this. 22, do I see any like identifying mark on them? Particularly looking for a dragon eating its own tail.
Yeah, you scan them for like markings or like tattoos. Yeah, I mean, you notice that like Yuki's kind of like got some scrapes and bruises. You don't notice like any tattoos on them. They're both wearing dark leathers that probably seem like they're not identical, but they like underneath Yuki's robe, she's got like reinforced. There's a word for it. She's got like a reinforced leather reinforced. Yeah. And the thing you do pick up on, like it seems like they got their clothes from the same place. Like they're wearing the same shit. It's like the same shade of black. He's got some reds on it that match the red on her sash.
Look, they just found a great deal, guys. You know.
The other thing you notice is like a glint of metal. Like he's got a satchel on his hip that's probably like partway open. And you see like a glint of metal coming from it. You kind of squint, and you see what looks like an etching, like a symbol on it. That's like a blade or something, like some.
Oh, it's not though. The dragon symbol.
No.
Good. I totally trust these guys. All right. No problem whatsoever. All right.
Yeah, you like let me see. Does he notice you looking? Let's see.
Does he notice the noticing?
Yeah. That's one of the...
He notices that I notices that he notices. So, you know?
Who watches the watchman?
I'll give him a roll, but his passive is pretty high. He like sees you looking at him, but he doesn't really like notice what you see. He kind of like looks down and sees his satchel is kind of like hanging open a bit, like the string's loose, and he ties it up and secures it really quick. Like you hear the jingling of metal. And Yuki is just staring him down. Like she's not saying anything. Go ahead.
Staring Alric down.
Renji.
Yeah. Oh, okay. She's just like staring daggers at Renji, and I'm like, I think your girlfriend's a little upset with you. Just, a little bit of advice, give him a little elbow, and there you go.
He chuckles, and he says, "Are you upset with me, Yuki?" She's just like staring at him. And he turns back to you, Asher, and he says, I think she's got a thing for you.
I mean, I have been with many, but none quite as lovely as her.
Her eyes dart to you.
I give a little bow.
Well,
he goes, Renji says, to win her affection, you have to defeat her in unarmed combat.
Oh, I am certain I would not want to take your lady love from you, Renji.
She lets out like a half chuckle when you say that. She's like, she kind of goes, huh. And Renji says, love? Oh, no, nothing that kind.
Well, to each their own.
And she continues staring daggers at him.
But she's no longer staring daggers at me? Good. All right.
Right. So how hard would it be to perceive the symbol in the satchel?
It's going to be higher than a 14.
14. So I didn't solve that. So my answer for that, without knowing that they are what they are, is going to be, well, my friend, this armor has been mine for quite a long time. And if you have no explanation for why you're asking me that, I'm not going to give you a more in-depth answer.
Yeah, he nods and he says, and he kind of like stretches his neck, tilts his head back and forth. He says, it's probably wise for the best. Don't you agree, Yuki? She doesn't move. She just continues staring at him. And he says, right, I thought so. And he says, I'll tell you what, how about a game? You and one of your
and I pull out and as soon as he says, I pull out a deck of cards of 3 Dragon Ante.
he says, no.
Not gamblers? Gamblers? All right, tough crowd.
He gestures to Aldrich. He says, you and one of your friends against her. And he points at Yuki, and she's still just like staring daggers at him. He says, no spells, no killing blows, just a friendly sparring. What do you think, Yuki? She just continues staring at him. She agrees. Better pick a strong one, though. I mean, unless you're afraid.
I'm not afraid, but I have no reason to fight you. So, if anybody else...
All right. I confess I'm curious. You see, Yuki here was once part of a powerful monastic order. And he kind of grins. He's looking at her the whole time he's talking to you. Her expression is just like, if she could burn a hole in him by looking at him, she would be right now. And he says, you may have heard of them. Emperor's Fist. I'm just curious. Who's the better fighter?
Well, if she's another follower of the Emperor, I'm I have no problem with a sparring match.
Her glare turns to you, although it's not as hateful as it was towards Renji. She kind of looks you up and down a bit. She doesn't have it. She doesn't have advantage. And she kind of like, huh.
So if you've established she gives different type of looks, now I'm curious. Was her look at me as hateful as the one she was giving to Renji? Just want to know.
No, she is pissed at Renji about something.
Okay,
Clearly.
all right.
I mean, he kind of did just offer her to Aldrich as
He's
a
running
wife.
his mouth. He's running his mouth.
She was kind of pissed beforehand. Now she's like annoyed, but she's not annoyed with you at all. When she looks at you, she kind of like, huh, like hardly a challenge, you know. That's kind of
dismissive, you know, which is fine. Perfectly happy with being dismissed and overlooked, all right?
Yeah.
By a woman who looks like she's bleeding from the eye and has blood on her head.
I mean, looking her up and down, Aldrich, she looks strong. She's quite tall. She doesn't have any weapons. And she doesn't wear any obvious like symbols or anything, markings. She's tall, imposing, and kind of quiet. She has a broad, muscular frame, and she's clearly like the way she stands. She's clearly like well trained. She has some faint scars on her head, some faded tattoos, that kind of thing. I would say you recognize one of the tattoos as a rite performed in the Emperor's name. And with your passive perception, you probably would notice that she has calluses on her knuckles. And her fists are like pretty beefy and weighty. And yeah, you make a history check.
Okay. Three here.
Yeah, you've heard of the Emperor's Fist. They're not magisters or anything. They're like a trained order of monks that are known to be like great warriors. They go back to your time. They've been around for a long time.
Well, with that, it's just as I said, well, he would be interested into having a sparring match with them, with her.
Yeah, so yeah, I mean the two of you kind of stare each other down. She kind of like cracks her neck, jostles her shoulders, and then she kind of speaks, probably for the first time since you guys have been gathered here, and she says, "One more." She gestures with her chin to your friends. Renji grins, and he goes, "She seems certain you're going to need the help."
Well, I wouldn't want to impugn her honor, so if she really wants another one, any volunteers?
I'm afraid I'll be sitting this one out, my friend.
Yes, no spells is going to be quite unfair for a wizard.
Yeah, Renji says, "Perhaps I should go over the rules. No magic, no killing blows. I wouldn't use a gun, obviously. We're not here to kill each other, just to see who's a better fighter.
Can I get an insight on that?
Yeah, make an insight check. I'll give him a roll in secret, so you don't know which it is that he's rolling.
Right.
But the audience will see. So if you're watching the stream, don't cheat.
No, I don't.
Actually, they won't see because it'll just be the stat.
There's a question. Do you know what a gun is, Aldrich?
I don't believe so, but that's on rambling.
I mean, it's kind of up to you. Maybe they weren't around yet in your time. I mean, it's not something that's super common. I'll tell you that. They're kind of
If it's
difficult.
not common now, it
Yeah,
surely wouldn't be around.
Yeah, I mean, the stuff that's around now is mostly just like black powder stuff for the most part.
I think for his posture, I would understand that that's the weapon, but that's it.
He the audience can see he rolled a 17.
Oh, yeah.
So you guys tie. I guess it would be you that beats it. I would think.
I don't know, Dagon?
It's kind of hard to say. I'll give it to you. Things that are ties are always weighted in favor of the players. I'll say, because you don't know whether it's persuasion or deception. I'll say you beat it. He does seem like he's being honest about the whole, like, yeah, we're not here to actually hurt each other thing, but he definitely has an ulterior motive to this. There's another reason he's doing this.
Well, I'm still in. I'm not going to run from that if I don't sense any malicious intent.
Yeah, I would say it's not malicious for sure.
So, yeah, I'm still in.
All right.
Even if I have to take that one-on-one, I'm not afraid of just losing that.
Okay. So does anybody step up to help bail him out here? It looks like
I would, but I'm not there.
You're nearby. I would say you can hear this going on. Like, you're close enough that you're aware of what's happening.
Then yeah, I'd step up.
Yeah, she she kind of looks you over too. Seems relatively satisfied. And
Question: would this have been enough time for him to spend a hit dice to regain some hit points?
Yeah. I'll
Alright.
say yeah. You've been kind of chilling. I would say maybe it's been about an hour since that you've been.
It's a short rest.
Yeah, I'd say you guys can take a short rest. You guys can have the benefits of a short rest. Yeah. You'll still have your temp too. It'll last until it's used or until a long rest.
Alright, almost fully healed. Yeah.
That's not your hit dice. You
Nope.
definitely don't have a D4.
No, you should
yeah,
have,
for sure.
Yeah, you should have a higher hit dice for sure. Right? You're a fighter, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I have a D8. And I'm a cleric.
Yeah, I think your hit dice is like a D10 or something, man.
Yeah, yours is a D10.
Man, this is why I ask questions when I set this up.
It's all good. It's all good.
It probably happened on the sheet. Sometimes it'll default to a D4.
Yeah, it was a D4 on mine when I was working on it. I have to change it. Heads.
Renji points to a nearby like ruin that's close to the edge of the village. It's not too far. It's maybe like a few hundred feet at most. And he says, why don't we use that over there?
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
Renji points nearby to where there's like a nearby ruin, like just an area that's just outside the village, and it's just like a old stone structure that's fallen apart. And he says, "Why don't we use that? Like, as the place to do this? It's a few 100 feet away. It's not super far or anything." He's basically like, "Yeah, we can use that as the sort of like arena."
Oh,
Uh,
that's a
Good
bit of a
place
weird
then.
of venue, but I'm not opposed to that.
yeah, Yuki like glances at it, shrugs, and she says, "Good as any." Um, Here, I'm gonna copy you guys. Does everybody else want to come over there too and watch? Or
Not only would I like to watch, I would like to cast detect magic and kind of scope out the area and make sure there's no like traps or anything.
I mean,
So, I
if
don't know if
Asher's a
that's-
gambling man, now would be the time to take bets.
Oh, Asher only bets on cards.
Okay.
Have you met Aldrich? This guy's a real card.
No, but
Hmm.
Asher will pull out his lyre and start performing a little jaunty tune for the combat.
Sure.
So he's going to see what it is.
Oh, good one.
All right, let me see here.
Oates, you can take bardic inspiration from this.
Yeah, you can. Yeah, yeah. Here, I'm gonna pull you guys over here in just a second. So it'll be Aldrich and Oates against Yuki. All right. So you guys make your way over to this space here. Doing your detect magic, you like you don't pick up on anything odd about this this sort of space. It's really old. It seems like there's nothing here. Maybe it used to be kind of like a Stonehenge or something. But there's no like traps over here waiting for you or anything like any kind of magical aura coming off of the place. Yeah, it's just like a fairly decent spot to use, seemingly. Um, uh, yeah. As you guys approach, Renji says, "Like, all right, nobody runs until it's over. Again, nobody hurts anybody." Yuki, and she kind of like raises an eyebrow, like, "What? You thought I was gonna hurt them?" And he's like, "And no magic." And he's like,
No magic. Got it. Continues to play.
I do a big mage hand thumbs
Yeah.
down.
Yeah, he says, well, I suppose you all can begin whenever you're ready. Let me do this. Let me clear the turn order.
Yeah, I rolled my initiative there.
Oh, okay. That's all right. You roll again, I'll fix it to the
For sure.
right. To the right.
Oh, exactly the same.
Hey,
uncanny.
why didn't
You
it?
gotta click your token.
Yeah, you gotta click your token
Oh.
when you before you roll.
Okay. Oh,
There we go. I'll fix it.
sure.
There we go. You both got
Twinsies again.
You both got a 17. That's crazy. All right, and hers. She got a 20. All right, so yeah, she She takes like a combat stance. You guys can organize yourselves however you want to in the circle before you start. I'll let you guys do that. And those of you who are on the outside, you can move around wherever you want. Also, it's not the stone in front of you. There's no obstacle. Like this is all flat ground except for like the pillars and stuff. So it's kind of like an open area.
All right.
But it almost is like a makeshift like sumo wrestlers ring or something, you know, like if you wanted to push somebody out of the circle or something.
You mean
like
the internal one?
Do I?
You mean the internal circle?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. All right. So let me cue up some fight music for you guys here.
I mean, I got that. Don't worry about it.
You got it? Crank it up a little bit.
Sure. Give me 1 second. Here's another one.
Just starts blasting Mortal Kombat.
Yeah, it'll be fine. I don't hear anything.
It's going there. Give it a moment. All right.
What?
We lost Dakin and Brandon's cameras, just by the way. You guys are welcome to turn them off for a few if you need to.
My camera is just black for right now. Don't worry about it.
All right,
come on. Get this thing.
Okay.
Let's go.
So should we wait? Should we
I'm waiting for the music. Oh,
okay.
Man, the anticipation
right.
is killing me. All right. Well, you know what, Brandon? I got it covered. Here we go. I got it covered. It's fine. All right. Let me make sure.
Okay.
Let me make sure her token is set really quick, and then we'll jump in. All right, and okay. So, Aldrich, you're first to react.
Okay, so I'm looking at her and saying, "Sister, in his name." Here.
Yeah.
Well, of course, non-lethal.
Yeah. You take a swing with your rapier for an 11, and yeah. Where on her body are you trying to hit her? Like, are you going for the chest, the solar plexus immediately, or like you trying to take a shot at her legs? Either way, she dodges out of the way. I'm just curious how she dodges.
Okay, leg, yeah.
Yeah. Swing goes wide. Maybe she leans back. Something like that, and you miss. What you got anything else?
No, that's it.
All right. She's going to move. I think she's going to move here. And she's going to take a swing at you. So you swing with the rapier, you lean back, you miss, and she comes back with like a hook.
And that hits.
She also has multi-attack, by the way.
Okay.
So 20 hits. You take 6 bludgeoning damage, and she's going to have you make a con save.
Alright.
It's a DC 14.
And I fail hard.
You fail. You are stunned until the end of her next turn.
Oh, great.
Here, I'll click the ability so you know I'm not full of shit.
Oh, sure, it's okay. So I'm basically down.
Yeah, so like you come in with the sword, pretty confident, right? You miss, and then she just hits you really hard. You see stars, and you go still.
Oh no, I enter in that with respect. I'm not I'm not feeling that I have an upper hand here.
Yeah. I think she kind of like tilts her head at you for a second, like, really? That's it? And then instead of like finishing you off, she moves towards Oates for her second attack. Oates, she's gonna make a strike on you. You can't take an opportunity attack, I don't think, because you're stunned.
Yeah.
21 on you, Oates. Does that hit?
Yep, that hits.
You take 9 bludgeoning damage, but you are not stunned. She can't do that again. Let me go ahead and roll to recharge. She does recharge. Okay. Oates.
Even a spear is not particularly good for not trying to kill someone.
You can
I would
use
have
it.
switched.
You can use
really?
it. Yeah. I mean, basically the way it would work is if you were to take her down, you would just specify non-lethal damage, so you don't kill her. But you could use it. Like, theoretically, like for flavor, you'd be like hitting with the blunt end or something along those lines, you know.
All right.
It's fine though.
I then go into for a straight attack.
Yeah, you hit. For 5.
I poke her and I poke her hard.
Yeah, she kind of grunts with pain a bit. That gives her a disadvantage. Is it a feat you have?
It's a part of the weapon.
Oh, spears just do that?
Yep.
I didn't even know spears had that effect.
That's news to me too.
All right. Is that your turn, Oates?
Yep. I don't got multi-attack, so.
Right. Aldrich, you're stunned. You can't do anything. Her turn. She's gonna hit you again. Oates.
Hopefully not.
14?
She doesn't. She misses.
She misses, so she tries to swing at you. You dodge out of the way. She kind of like grunts in frustration and swings at you again. She crit fails. Here's the thing. I would say she would be knocked prone, like she trips or something. You duck and she rolls over you and landing on the ground. But she can't be knocked prone unless she's knocked unconscious. So instead,
Lose her stunning strike.
lose her stunning strike is an acceptable option. She burns the use of stunning strike. And she's too disoriented to be able to move, I think. I'll roll to recharge for her next turn. But she does not. And Aldrich, you're no longer stunned.
All right, but still not my turn.
Yeah, it's Oates first, and then it's your turn. Oates.
I take a 5-foot step to put her between me and Aldrich.
Yeah,
And
she suddenly seems a little bit uncomfortable.
and I go to poker again.
19 hits. For 7.
Well.
Okay. Yeah, she kind of grunts in pain again.
We can just keep juggling her, Aldrich.
Is that your turn?
Yep, that's the end of my turn.
All right. Aldrich, you're up.
Okay, so I'm going in.
You have advantage, so you crit.
And I have a crit.
Yeah, so you do 9 plus 8, so 17. Holy crap. You almost end her right here. Like, very close to just...
Non-lethal always.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, with her being distracted by Oates, and you come back to the fight, you see an opening where you could if you wanted to, you could kill her outright right here. But you don't. She's got 1 HP.
Of course not. Yeah.
Is that your turn?
Yes.
All right. Let's see here. She doesn't have the stun. All right. Can both of you make dex saves, please?
Right. Dex or athletics? Dex, right?
Dex save.
Oh, crit.
So it misses you, Aldrich. She does like a spin kick or something. But I don't know. You get your shield up in time, or you just move out of the way.
I guess I would deflect her kick with the shield.
Yeah. But her heal still connects with Oates. Oates, you take 6 bludgeoning damage. And I think she's going to move here. All right. That was her turn. Oates, you're up.
I follow her the 5 step, and I go to poker.
Ooh.
And I crit.
And you crit that, yeah.
Yeah, all right. So you non-lethal, or are you trying to?
Yeah,
right.
non-lethal.
All right. So yeah, you bring her down. What does it look like?
I'll return the sweep and strike her in the ribs.
Oh.
Yeah, okay. And she kind of like loses her breath, right? You knock the wind out of her. And she kind of like falls to the ground, and she can't breathe. She's like holding her chest where you hit her. And Renji's like, all right, that's enough.
So I'm going to look at her and extend my hand and say, well, it was a great fight. Come back, sister. And I'm going to give a healing word on her.
All right. You should be able to cast it from your sheet and it roll healing and everything.
Oh, sure. I should have a button here, or I didn't set it up. But the healing word. Yes, level 1.
Yeah, so right as she starts to fall unconscious, you heal her back to 8 HP, and she kind of like catches her breath and starts to stand back up. Renji pulls out his gun and shoots you. No, he doesn't. He doesn't do that. But he was watching carefully here, so let me see how he does. Oh, that was in private. The audience saw that though. I still had him set to roll to GM. He rolled a 18 insight check on you. He was kind of watching. But yeah, so she kind of stands up and takes your hand. I'm assuming you like lifting her to her feet or something.
Yeah.
And yeah, she says you'd make him proud. As she stands to her feet, and she looks over towards Renji and the others, and she says, "You satisfied?" And he nods. And he approaches the group of you. He says, "Really, Yuki? I thought you'd put up a better fight than that."
Well, if I was alone, she sure would have taken me.
He shrugs and he goes, "Oh, she was just showing off." That's what you get, Yuki. Too confident. Always said
Can't
so.
disagree with that.
Yeah.
In the spirit of that, this armor is part of my. It was a gift when I finished the training of my warriors. She would have won. That's just fair.
Yeah, he nods. she's kind of stoic about it. Like she doesn't really react. He Renji looks at you, Aldrich, and he says, he kind of gestures to Oates. He looks over his shoulder to Echo and Medane, and he says, "You trust these people?"
Well, they're good fighters, and they were sympathetic when they found me wandering the desert, so I have a modicum of trust in them.
Right. He his hand goes for his belt. For real this time.
Hmm.
Does anybody do anything?
Well, at least I want to know what I can see of that.
14.
Yeah.
It's not going for the gun.
So I'm fine.
He grabs his satchel and opens it. Asher. He might be going for the gun, Asher, with a 6.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, so Asher is poised and ready, and he waits.
Do I see Asher doing that?
He's gonna wait for him to shoot us. Asher.
Yeah, he makes a quick motion to his belt, but yeah, you see him quickly untie the satchel. He reaches into it and he pulls out a badge, a magister's badge, in his palm, and he shows it to you, Aldrich. It's like a metal badge, like a pen. You'd wear it. You'd probably like clip it to your jacket if you were him, like almost like a sheriff or something.
Mm-hmm.
And it's got this image of a upside down curved scimitar on it.
This is the thing I saw earlier.
Yeah.
Would I recognize that despite the difference on design?
Yeah, like it might be updated slightly. But yeah, I think you would recognize it.
Then I would just take mine and pin it to my armor. Brother. Because I've done so before.
Yeah, he kind of gives you a nod. He extends a hand to you. Like to shake.
Yeah, I'm shaking it.
Yeah, he grabs your wrist, and shakes your hand. And he says, it's good to meet another good one. Could tell right away once I saw, well, how you carry yourself in a fight. Even if Yuki didn't hold her own, well, 2 of you, whatever. Yuki, do better next time.
I'm gonna interject. Wait, did we get beat up by Iron Fist here just for you to learn you're the same as Aldrich?
Yeah, well, she was a fantastic fighter. I have a lot to learn from her. But she should have finished me.
He says, wanted to know for sure. Emperor was a tip-off. The armor makes sense, but you're foreign. Or, well, you weren't with our group, so where were you stationed?
My station was in Swords, but that may have been a while ago.
In Swords, how long?
I stood there for about 60 years, but I've been trapped somewhere around here. When we were investigating a magical disturbance.
What kind of disturbance?
I don't really know. It was, one of the many battles between Swords and Point, but there was some kind of magic fluctuation, and then I appeared here. It seems to have something to do with blood or flesh, but I don't really know.
His whole demeanor changes when you mention the flesh. His cockiness and stuff kind of like fades, and he gets kind of serious. He says, Yuki and I were stationed outside Watan Tam, Riverlands. We were assigned with Lapel Davide. He kind of like waits for your reaction to the name.
I'm sorry, but I don't recognize that. To be honest, I don't recognize this desert.
You said you were stationed near here.
Yes. I recognize the mountains, I recognize the scenery overall, but this was the jungle.
Oh, suddenly it makes more sense. Like him and Yuki kind of exchange looks for a second. And he says, when are you from, friend?
Well, how do I say that? Because we didn't discuss
the year
dates.
So, current year is, I have it written down somewhere. It's around the current year in the world is around the year 10,327, 28. So I suppose it's up to you how far back you want to be from, but I was thinking at minimum hundreds of years, maybe thousands, up to you.
Well, let's say 2000 on there.
2000?
Yeah.
All right.
How would I convey that? I should have thought about it. Well, the year by the Arcana should be around 8,327.
Right. So wait, you were part of the team sent. You were here for wands, yeah?
Oh yes, they were stationed on an island, and we were sent to investigate what they were doing. It sounded like there was some demonic intervention there.
Demonic. That's the first I've heard of that. Nobody.
Oh, there was nothing sure in the report, but that was what was suspected of.
Yeah, he kind of nods and he says, our situation was similar. So you had a different leader then, I assume. It's before.
Yes, we were under the care of the I forget the name, the crown.
Sovereign Crown, Bodhisattva of the Sovereign Crown, I think, right?
Yeah, Sovereign Crown. We were under the care of the Sovereign Crown.
He says, things have changed with the organization since then. You guys are still led by living saints. Ours was... Well, I think he used to be a saint. He did something that angered the court. His assignment as our leader was a punishment. They stripped him of his title, changed his name, and sent him to the Riverlands to guide us. He's dead, I think. But he used to follow.
Well,
He used to follow death.
death? Why? Weren't you led by the Emperor?
Shakes his head. No, not anymore. Like I said, used to be a saint for death, but there must have been some kind of tension that escalated. We were never given the details. Just know that they called him Black Rivers. He was a good man, honorable, but, well, we were sent to the Riverlands to investigate strange reports. Everything went south. The ruins we were based up in collapsed. Most of us that stuck around were killed, or some went rogue, turned on the others, started executing villages, burning them to the ground. And then the flesh came. And, well, I think that's all there is there now. Yuki and I barely made it out.
He will be just shaking his head in complete. He can't by any way believe what was being said of him, but he trusts them. He's in shock there.
He tucks the badge back into his satchel, and he says, "You might want to keep hiding your sword, friend. People here, well, considering the reports coming out of the Riverlands, they're not too fond of us anymore. Judges lost their honor in these parts."
That's quite a sad state of affairs, brother. But I understand, and I'm going to heed your warning. So I take the badge and put it with care in my bag.
See,
My
Yuki,
pouch.
we can trust him. Told you so. And she just kind of like stares blankly at him. The group of you are free to rejoin the others if you like.
Gently poke Aldrich. 2,000.
Well, so you are telling me we are in 10,000 right now?
You asking Oates?
Yeah.
Yeah. To my knowledge. I don't know. It's hard to keep track of years.
Whoa.
How are you
Or is
2,000
going to sort of
years?
Walk up and go.
You a rock?
Do you know where you were during that time?
Sorry, your mic's just too low. I can hear you.
Sorry. So Asher's gonna sort of, hearing this, gonna go, Do you know where you were during that time?
I feel like it was just a few days ago. I was there in the coast. There was this completely absurd magic surge. I had a vision of the Emperor, of the Star, and this uncanny flesh and blood, and then I was here. Also, I used to be a war priest, but I don't feel that power anymore. I don't know what I am now. I know I am still a cleric, but I don't understand this power.
Asher looks at him and sort of going there, says something in infernal.
You speak infernal?
Yes.
No, not you. Does I know you do. Does anyone else speak infernal?
Oh, I don't think I said that, but as yeah, I have to write them all down. But
Abyssal, not infernal.
Primordial.
I'd
not
say-
infernal.
I'd say abyssal and infernal in this setting are like different
The same
dialects
thing.
of the same language. Yeah,
Okay, cool.
similar
Yeah,
enough
but-
that you can kind of understand if you speak one or the other.
yeah, but Aldrich is not only a anthropologist, but he's also on the front line of fighting infernal beings. So yeah, for sure he wouldn't have picked up that.
Yeah, that'd be one of your
But
picks.
I'll write all the language down. Sorry for that.
Yeah, it makes sense. It's fine.
All right, 1 second. I will
Mhm.
whisper something to you, my friend.
I'd kind of like to see it also, but
I mean, you're the GM. I'm not certain that we need you. You need to see everything. It's fine.
I mean, none of the NPCs here speak it, so
they don't. Yeah.
I mean,
Yuki-
not that I know of. They could understand it. Less than like Yuki
Yeah.
could bust out some infernal, and then it'd be like,
I'll just start actually speaking infernal in real life. It sounds like being possessed by a demon, speaking in tongues kind of thing. It sounds like those recordings of that exorcism that really happened. I can't remember. They're famous. I can't remember which one. I don't know if it was real or anything. I'm just saying it was like a real exorcism. All right. Yeah, so you say something in infernal. Aldrich, you understand. I don't know what it is, but do you react or anything? Oh, I think you just okay.
What it is. I know.
Hmm.
I understand.
You also understand infernal?
Yeah, I have abyssal.
All right. I'll DM it. I'll DM it to you.
oh, 1
so-
second. I'll send a thing.
so now I'm the only one who doesn't know.
Yeah. You and the
Well, that's quite
NPCs.
interesting, right?
Ooh, that is interesting, Brandon.
Well, I don't know the answer for that, so I don't know in setting what that would mean.
Yeah, if you don't know, then you don't know. It's totally fine. You're not expected to know what this means.
Well,
you can
I believe he would.
You can decide if it means something to you. You can decide. It's up to you.
If that's has anything to do with demon dwellings, I believe he would know about it. At least he would have read about it.
I mean, that could be like a check.
Yeah, make a
Right.
religion. Make a religion check.
All right, I'm not good on those. Well,
Okay.
I am now.
So now we're going to talk a little bit because you rolled good. So you probably have an idea, at least some sort of idea of the concept. He's not referencing anything specific, right? Like this isn't like a demon code phrase per se. But what he's okay. So I kind of have to explain how things work in the world and stuff, so that we in the audience kind of all understand what's going on here. So in the sort of like pantheon, the Arcana are organized in heaven around the fountain or the tree of life. There's different names for it, but essentially it's like a great beacon of light from which all life and magic flows. There is a place that is the opposite of that. That is a place of darkness, the place that demons come from. The name for it is the void. And if there was one place where light doesn't shine or barely shines, it would be that place.
All right then. So he surely would know about that.
So essentially, what he's asking you is,
Yeah, if I know about the void.
have you been to hell? That's what he's asking.
In abyssal.
Yeah, in the hell language.
Hell language.
Well, he sure wouldn't have been there, but he would have knowledge about that. His whole life goal was to combat demons, so... Yeah, let me think how I would answer that.
Sure.
Should I write there?
Yeah, you can write it or say it. Up to you. You can put it in the Roll20 chat if you want. It's up to you how you want to do it.
Well, I think if we're doing that on the open now, I can just say it. What do you think?
Yeah.
Sure. Up to what you guys want to do.
All
I liked whispering it to you in the GM, and then because we have like an offshoot thing, giving like pungent like here's generally what what you're.
No.
Yeah, I'm just sitting there listening to you guys mutter to each other in demonic code phrases.
Yeah, it's really creepy. It's.
Let me just get back to the exactly phrasing on that. Exact phrasing on that.
Renji and Yuki look just as uncomfortable as you are, Oates.
Okay, so my answer is going to be, I have not seen it, but I believe I have quite a bit of knowledge about that. Obviously in Infernal.
In Infernal.
Yeah.
Echo just kind of nods.
So that was weird, right? Looking at the other two.
Then in plain common goes, "Are you sure?"
Of course. Our orders always trained to combat them.
He nods. Goes, "Okay." Anyway, seems like all the fun here has like gone. Maybe we should like go back to the others. In fact, I'm gonna head on back there. See you guys later. And he just starts, just I'm just gonna go whoop.
Hold up, no, you can't just mutter.
Yeah, they seem Renji and Yuki seem really tense until like everything is clearly okay between Echo and Aldrich. Like once it's clear that they're not like in any kind of disagreement or anything, the tension in the air kind of clears. Like they were watching Echo pretty close there for a second.
Anyway, just
but as you guys sort of like turn around or start to regroup to head back to the caravan, Asher, make a perception check. Actually,
sure.
everybody make a perception check.
Perception, right.
Hopefully I see.
All right, that is
okay.
16.
Critical fail from Oates. Oates, you get stabbed from behind. I'm kidding. Crit from Medane, Aldrich, and Asher. I'd say you see it too. Yeah. So once again, everybody but Oates. Maybe you're just distracted, Oates, but
I'm
you guys
still reeling from the demon thing.
Yeah. When you guys turn around, you see something, a person standing alone, walking towards the village. They're limping. They're kind of far out. I'd probably say like 10 football fields out. It's looks like some of you rolled pretty high, so you're gonna get you with a crit. Yeah, you're gonna get some detail here. What you see is an old man. He's holding his side, like his sternum, his stomach, with one hand. There's a lot of blood that's like sort of like washed his hand in red. He's wearing a rice hat and these sort of long dark robes with the symbol of the tower on them. He has a beard and he looks wounded. Behind him, you see tracks that stretch back into the horizon. And he looks something like this.
Let's see.
He's severely wounded, like he's holding a wound in his chest. There's a lot of blood. Probably see some red stains behind him too. Also, he seems like he's been walking for a while.
Asher is going to look at this guy. He's obviously bleeding, of course. All right.
Yeah, like if there's any exposed skin on his arms and stuff, you probably also see like a pattern of scars. His robes are kind of tattered.
Has it been 10 minutes since the start of their fight?
Sure.
Okay, so then my detect magic would be off.
I'm going to sort of seeing this man and once I realize he's obviously wounded, he's going to stop. Asher is going to pause and say, "A single word and pain takes flight. The wound is healed, restored to right. Laite Tera." As he sort of speaks the words and they reverb as a sort of golden light sort of forms in his hand as he sort of casts it out at his words, and it encompasses this man. And a healing word.
Okay.
I walk up to Echo. Is it just creepy muttering day? What is happening?
Do I know about him? Because you explained him to me, but
yeah, I told you a little bit about him in a private chat, right?
Yeah.
I don't remember exactly. Did your character know who this guy was?
I have no idea.
Make a religion or history check.
All right.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I think that's enough. Maybe you met him once or twice, actually. So this guy, you mentioned in your day, the magisters being led by the Bodhisattva, the Sovereign Crown, the living saint for the Emperor. This guy, you recognize him immediately. His robes, everything about him. He has like this negative aura around him. You might say like a bad luck vibe. Like he brings bad things wherever he goes. This is the Bodhisattva for the tower, the living saint. He doesn't really have a name, but the name people use for him is Nurnum.
Cool. Seven hit points to Nurnum.
Yeah. All right.
The dude who's obviously bleeding out. So
yeah,
here, have some health.
He
well,
what's that last healing one?
Please go.
Yeah, his you have to get within 60 feet of him. I mean, I'll say sure, he's within 60 feet. I'll put him at the edge of this map. Maybe he's a bit closer than what I initially said. But yeah, his wounds stitch close, and he like looks down at the wound on his stomach, and he like pulls his hand away and looks at it, and then he kind of like stumbles a few feet, looks up. He gets a bit closer to you.
I'm
Asher.
closing towards him and going, "Whoa there, friend! Whoa there, friend! What trouble has befallen you?"
Yeah, he sort of like stops and kind of falls to his knees. And he looks up at you, Asher. You see like this pained expression on his face as he seems like tortured or like something is gravely wrong. But when he opens his mouth, what falls out is almost kind of nonsense. He says to you, "He saw you, Asher, and now he knows where to find you." And then his eyes roll back in his head and he collapses on the ground.
Well there, friend. we're gonna get you to help. Sister's like, someone, Oates, could you come here, Mister, strongman, and help carry this, individual back to healing. We should get him to Lady Kalia as soon as possible. I'm sure he has much to say and, many, many things to answer. Yeah.
Taking notice of the old man for the first time. I do immediately go to help him up.
Yeah, he's
I'm here too.
He's unconscious. He's probably collapsed from exhaustion or dehydration. Like the wound is, as far as like the bleeding and stuff goes, he's definitely stabilized. But he's probably been wandering in the desert for days, and so he's probably like super dehydrated and weak.
Would I be able to give him some water of my canteen?
Yeah. You could like pour it into his mouth or something. Probably. I mean, you might have to kind of be careful. He is unconscious, so you just have to be careful to not drown him.
Oh, sure.
But yeah, he chokes and sputters a bit. But yeah, the gist of the water gets down. He kind of like is semi-conscious for a moment. He kind of comes back, and when he kind of sees you leaning over him, pulling back the canteen after giving him some water, he says, the Emperor, the torchbearer, is he still burning, or has he snuffed out like the rest?
To me, it feels like I saw him 3 or 4 days ago, but I couldn't believe that he would be spent. But I don't know for sure.
He reaches up and grabs you like by your the collar of your armor. And
Sure.
he pulls you in close. His grip is stronger than it should be. Stronger.
I'm not resisting.
Yeah, he seems like there's a reserved strength there. He's stronger than a man his age should probably be. He leans up with great effort and whispers in your ear, Aldrich, and he says, "You should not be here, but I suppose neither should I." And then he falls unconscious again.
So I don't have a chance to respond to that, but okay.
You can respond before he passes out, if you want.
So, exalted brother, I believe we have a motive to be here. We have a preordained reason to be doing what we do.
We should hurry him on and get him back. Echo's kind of like.
Yeah.
Why is everyone cryptically muttering things?
Yeah. I think that would be just really quick. A few change words there. But yeah, let's go. Let's carry him to the city.
Yeah. No. Definitely. Yeah.
Yeah,
I'll watch over him. I'll make sure everything's fine. Don't worry about it.
Aldrich, knowing who this guy is, like, being around him is dangerous. Like, he's the living saint for the tower. So to put it in kind of some perspective, the tower is heaven's war machine. This guy has ended civilizations. And not even necessarily intentionally all the time. Like, he is a bad omen. Bad luck follows him wherever he goes. So that is something you would probably be aware of. People who wearing the colors of the tower, like giving them refuge might not work out so well for you.
I think I would see him as someone that appears in place that That he's there to help. The problem with the play is not him.
Yeah, fair enough. So you guys gonna like carry him back to the caravan?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm gonna copy.
It might be more auspicious if we carry him upside down.
Because of the reading earlier, right?
So I would just.
I don't think that's normally healthy for the brain. So,
Yeah. So I would just give a load on her and say, "That was a nice jest, brother."
I was being serious.
I love that. That was great.
Hey.
So it's funny because like I was planning on introducing this guy today, but the reading at the start of the session just like I was like,
Yeah.
okay, I have to introduce this guy today.
It was foretold.
Yeah, literally. All right, so let me bring us back over here, and let me make sure I copy his thing, and I'll put it here with you guys. So, okay, and all right. So you guys return to the caravan.
sure.
People are starting to like move into the village and you know like get ready to rest. It's probably a little bit later in the day by this point. I would think, you know, you guys did travel earlier in the day to the village and there was all that stuff. So maybe we're approaching like late afternoon.
Mm-hmm. Where's my old no shadow buddy? He's still around, or is he left?
You go looking for him?
Yes.
Yeah, you probably find him around somewhere by himself.
All right, I'm gonna sit down next to him. Say, how was your day?
Yeah, you say, you sit down, you're like, yeah, how was your day? Let me see here. How might he react to that? He sits still. He's probably like seated on the ground somewhere with his legs crossed, just sort of like staring out at the horizon. And he says, good, I think. You?
That is good. I was told that someone was coming after me. I wanted to know if you knew who it was. The person who said it is currently unconscious.
He pauses for a moment. And he says, yes, he remembers you.
Oh, okay.
You just say, okay.
Yeah, I'm like, so I'm like, so he remembers me. Which he?
Yeah, you say which he.
Which he?
And he says, the one who dwells in forgotten places.
Ah, okay. Sure. Right. Thank you, as always. It has been a pleasure. Anything you need? Anything I can get you?
One of you will break before the next sunrise.
Okay.
There are footprints in the sand. Do they lead
Indeed, there
away?
are. No, I imagine they lead towards us. We had a visit from a very interesting person. And some of them do lead away. They're our caravan coming here.
The tower. It's collapsing. But we're
A
all
lot of
still...
stuff's, a lot of
we're-
stuff's doing that right now.
He shakes his head and he says, "No. It's not fall in. It's falling. We're all still inside."
Well then, we'll see what happens when we hit the ground.
You have 3 days, maybe less. He's watching. But more importantly, he's remembering. There's no light where you're going, Echo. Do you understand? No light. Only the memory of it.
I've dealt with that before.
It will be different this time.
It always is.
He stands up and he says, one of you will break before the next sunrise, but you already knew that, didn't you? The circle closes. It always closes. And then he just starts to wander off into the desert. He just starts walking. He takes probably 5 to 7 steps, and then he stops and his head turns back towards you, and he says over his shoulder, he says, "A mistake, but not yours. Someone else's. Someone who should not have let go."
Hers? Her mistake?
His head tilts forward, almost in an affirmative, but he's facing away from you again.
Is she still there?
No. And then
Okay.
he starts walking again.
Thank you. Till we meet again, friend.
Yeah, he just continues walking by himself out of the village into the desert, seemingly to the horizon. Just keeps going.
Yep.
While that's going on, can I find the other fortune teller?
Yeah.
Can I find the priest to take them to the inn?
Okay, I guess we got the guy.
Let's see here. Got Oates and Medane. So, fortune teller, huh? Which one was it? The lady with the kid?
The lady.
Yeah.
Yeah, the one that doesn't like me.
Right. Let's see here. No, it's not that lady. Where is she at? Where is she at? That's the bone collector priest. That's probably who Oates is going to get. Hang on.
Veska Zhao?
Oh,
Oh.
different. I was thinking of Jinden Dravik or whatever. Hang on.
Veska's the woman with the kid.
Oh, yeah. Veska's who Medane was gonna get.
Yeah.
Yeah. Here, let me pull her image on here. It's way too big.
Veska and Kieran.
Yeah. So, when you approach them, she kind of like they're in the middle of like maybe they've moved into the village by this point, or people have started to, and they've basically picked a building that is going to be like their building, and they're loading some of the basic supplies out of their like wagon or whatever. When you approach, and she immediately stands between you and her son. Like she gets in between the two of you, like almost kind of defensively as you approach. What do you do or say?
I kind of put both my hands up in a very I mean no harm kind of gesture, and madam, I know that we don't speak often, but well, I had done a reading and I was wondering if you had recently.
Yeah, she says hadn't had time yet, not to do it proper. No. Why?
Well, my reading was one of hope, and I was hoping that you might share that as well. When you do get the chance, if you would not mind. You don't have to tell me the results, but I would be appreciative if you could do at least the reading.
She kind of like adjusts her posture. Make an insight check.
Can do. Can't.
Yeah, it's hard to say what's going on with her exactly. She says, fine, I'll do a reading and I'll follow up with you. Is there anything else?
No. But remember, lift with your back, not your knees. And without helping her any further, I will walk away.
She, as you start to walk away, she watches you leave for a moment. And we see her turn back to Kieran, her son, and she's like, Now, Kieran, let's just get our things and get inside, okay? Don't have long before dark. And the boy nods, and he turns and looks toward you as you're walking away. And he says, "It's good. It's good that you didn't do the reading in person. I just don't want to see you get hurt like last time." And she kind of like kneels down. She's like, "There, Kieran. It'll be okay." And then the camera rejoins you as you follow up with the rest of the group. Oates, you were getting. Were you getting Sister Saren, or were you gonna try to get the other priest you guys haven't really interacted with yet?
I was gonna aim for both because I don't know quite what either of them do.
Well, Sister Saren focuses on healing. The death priest guy, Dravik, mostly, is like he kind of does augury, I guess you might say. Like he He's kind of mysterious. He reads the bones, we know, and he collects bones. But he's kind of quiet and keeps to himself, but he does tend to help out with like counseling and stuff like that when people need it, and the occasional bit of healing, I suppose. Here, where'd Kalia's token go? Is it gone? Did it? Oh, there it is. I'm just blind. And you were getting them to help with this guy, right?
No, to identify what was happening at the inn.
Oh, okay. So you're bringing them to the inn. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let me take a look here.
I don't know much about them done rituals, but I'm sure priests do.
Yeah. Oh boy. Well, it takes you all a few minutes probably to separate from the group and approach the inn. And when you get there, the first thing you notice is that Dravik is incredibly intrigued and interested. Like it's almost like his demeanor brightens up. Like he almost seems happier being around the bodies and the carnage. And like he's almost, if he doesn't smile or anything or like a laugh, but he definitely is like looking around and studying everything and kind of like like looking at the way the bodies are displayed and even like seemingly like picking over some of the bones the hyenas left behind, that kind of thing. Whispering to himself a bit. Sister Saren, however, is very concerned, disgusted. She probably gags at like the smell of the place and stuff like that. But yeah, they both accompany you.
Just one thing. If also not stopping me, I'm coming with.
No, I won't stop anyone. I assume this is what we were doing. So
yeah, I would be quite interested to know more about the situation there in the inn.
Yeah, does anyone else want to join them?
I didn't see him leave.
Yeah, you were busy with a thing. All right. So those four. I'm just gonna separate you guys a little bit here. All right. Let's see here. Give him a check. He has a +5 to history. Okay, well, that's not very good. That's not great.
Yep.
Oh, there was also another guy, Zinyu, the last priest. This guy. If his thingy will load here. This guy. Did you want to bring him with also?
Yeah.
Yeah, more priests, better priests.
Let's see. His manner is much like Sister Saren's, although he's clearly disgusted and stuff. But he maintains his composure a bit more stoic. He does kind of have an aura of sorrow over him, looking over the place. And every once in a while, he kind of tuts under his breath about this place being coated with blasphemy, something along those lines. Him and Sister Saren immediately start chanting over some of the bodies, reciting prayers, mantras, those kinds of things. Whereas I suppose Dravik also does some whispering, but it's mostly to himself. He seems to be intrigued, studying the symbols, but he doesn't really like pick up on anything super detailed. Let's see what Kalia and Zenyu roll here. I'll give them a chance. Also, this would be a religion check for Zenyu. And he gets a 7. He does worse. And Kalia, where are you, lady? Where's your stuff? Just had her. Where'd she go? There she is. So, her skills in this are not as good. She gets a. Oh, there we go. 12. So, as everyone's looking over everything, I mean, the gist of what you get from the priests, like studying the situation, unfortunately, they all kind of rolled poorly. Dravik and Sister Saren both mentioned that this is whatever happened here is clearly an affront to the gods. That whoever did this did it because they enjoyed it, and basically to like piss in the fountain, so to speak. You know what I mean? Like taunting the Arcana in a way. Beyond that, there isn't much more that they glean. Dravik says he's heard of death cults, people that still follow the old death, and he's familiar with these kinds of people. But he doesn't recognize the symbol. He's never seen any of those death cults use this symbol in particular. Sister Saren basically says the same thing. She does mention that her skills in priestly matters focus more on healing the sick and wounded, and less on the sort of religious significance of symbols. But you're welcome to ask them about specific things and stuff. They're going to spend some time probably like praying over bodies. Dravik's definitely going to gather any spare bones that he can, probably to keep, to hang on to. But yeah, I mean, if there's anything in particular you want to talk to them about or ask them, you're welcome to do that.
Would these death cults come back, or do you think this would just be a spit in the face and leave sort of situation?
Yeah, Dravik's like, depends how brave they are, I suppose. What number they are in. I imagine they would know their deed would eventually be discovered and that they would be hunted. So perhaps they would flee or move on to next affront. Just in case I didn't give the audience a chance to see some of these guys, I will do that. So Zenyu. And of course, Sister Sarah, and you guys should be familiar with. I think
Hmm.
by now. He says something like this, very bold. I would imagine they've moved on. It seems like it was done some time ago. They aren't here now. Perhaps they have business to attend to elsewhere.
And do you believe they have anything to do with? And I gesture to the sky.
Ooh, that's actually a pretty good question. Let's see. I'll have him make a Arcana check, probably. What was his skill? In Arcana. Okay. +5. That's pretty good.
Unless you roll a 3.
Yeah, unless I roll a natural 3. They're not rolling good for you guys, unfortunately.
Yeah.
He says
I would have asked that to all the 3 of them, though.
Okay, I'll give the other 2 a chance to roll something also. Let's see, Saren, she doesn't even have an Arcana skill.
Yeah.
So I'll just give her an intelligence roll. Her intelligence is also a +3. 17, and I'll give Xinu a roll 2. Let's see. Does he have any other skills that might apply? He rolled religion last time. He'll roll Arcana this time. He has a +4. 15. Okay. And she rolled Arcana. Okay. So Sister Saren chimes in immediately. She says, these the patterns, the way they're organized, I mean, they're ritualistic, sure. Some of them even resemble sigils, but there's no magic here. This wasn't a spell that was cast. What do you think, Xenu? Yeah, he nods and he says, I agree with the lady. It's a blasphemy, certainly, but something on the level to darken the sun and the sky. If you're going to do something like that through ritual sacrifice, it would take many more souls, I would think. Whatever is happening above is a much bigger deal than what happened here. Also, the timing doesn't add up. These people were killed some time ago. The sky just went dark today.
I understand. Just wanted to be sure that wasn't part of a larger scheme with many more of those happening around here.
Could it have something to do with the volcano erupting?
Sister Saren says, none of these symbols seem to indicate fire. None of the sigils, the positions they're posed in, indicate fire or a volcano or mountain. The only thing even draconic is that circle on the door. The rest of this stuff, it just means Look, these bodies are posed like this. If you were to write it on a paper, she kind of like traces it in the air. This symbol means hatred. And this one over here, it just means murder. But this one I think it stands for not everlasting life isn't the right term, but it's immortality, perhaps. Like immortality gained through an arrangement. It's a dialect I'm not super familiar with.
So, could that mean undeath? Our wizard friend was talking about that.
Zenyu chimes in and he says, perhaps, but it could also mean like a deal with a demon to live forever.
The demon, you say.
A person who can't be killed. Like they have a purpose keeping them going. Command, possibly.
Can I roll to see if Oates knows what it is? Because I'm pretty sure I know what it is as a player.
Yeah, I mean, I'm assuming you're talking about a specific creature.
Yeah.
Make a roll. Sure, it'd be like history, arcana, religion. Either of those.
So let's go with Arcana. And I fail.
Okay, what's the creature you're thinking of, Rubber Band?
Revenant.
Yeah, Revenant's like the most direct choice. Yeah, revenants are creatures that are basically used to be people. They get they're undead. They typically carry on after being killed. They can keep coming back until they complete their quest of vengeance or what have you. Whatever it is that's keeping them going. Typically, it's like they were tragically murdered by somebody and their spirit won't rest until they kill that person or get back at them. Yeah, so you mentioned this like a revenant or something like that, and Zenyu, who seems kind of surprised that you know what this is, chimes in and says, "No, something else, something greater." A task, surely, but it's not the thing keeping them alive, I don't think. Something else, something we're missing. I wish I knew more about this symbol. I don't recognize it. I haven't seen it anywhere.
Asher got real quiet when he saw it. We could ask him.
Yeah, Zenyu's eyes dart up to Sister Saren, and he says, he seems to be more fond of you, sister. And she nods and she says, yeah, if you think he knows something, I'll ask him about it. And she heads to the exit, assuming nobody stops her.
No.
Yeah, she's like, I'll be back in a few minutes. She steps out the door. So Medane had gone and chatted with these folks. We haven't visited with Asher in a little bit, so why don't we cut to Asher? What are you doing, Asher?
I mean, I don't think we really want to go into it. Put it in chat. All right.
You did?
Yes.
Okay. See, I don't always read the Roll20 chat when there's stuff going on,
Fair.
unless there's rolls. Oh, okay, you're going to sleep.
Oh, okay.
All right.
There's two messages there. And
you ask Mei Lin. I'm assuming you're talking about the dancer, right?
yes.
Let me see here. Where is she? This will be much easier once I get everybody programmed in. The Veil Dancer. All right. Let's see. Yeah, I think she declines. She says that she says you have too much to think about. You shouldn't be distracted.
He would definitely say, you are, of course, one of the few people to help me with my thoughts. As you know. That is all I am asking.
Make a persuasion check. Yes, you try to coerce this woman to come to bed with you. How dare you, Brandon? I'll give her an insight, but all right. All right. Yeah, she'll take you up on it. She says, fine, but promise not to bring that darkness to the bed. And she follows you. So like we see like Sister Saren approaching a tent, and then we hear noises from inside the tent. We don't see anything. They're not crazy graphic, or anything like that. But she approaches, she hears what's going on inside, and then she like makes a face, and then she turns around and walks away. Oh, you're not. Oh, you're not sleeping.
No. Stop. All right.
All right. I'm waiting on the other DM. You said. Oh, okay. Okay. All right. So maybe she hears something else as she's approaching her tent. What does she
Definitely
hear?
hearing music and possibly like this, like dancing and other stuff like that. It's obvious that there are things going on in the tent.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay. I kind of like it for the drama.
Yes.
She starts to approach the tent. She hears music and stuff. And she kind of like tilts her head and she starts to like part the the opening, the flap or whatever, and she just sees Maylin like belly dancing or something,
Mm-hmm.
and then she rolls her eyes and walks away.
Yes.
All right. There.
As
That's it.
Asher is playing his lute, it's all, fine. All right.
Well, you said join for the evening. I assumed.
Hmm.
I mean, we know what kind of guy you are.
Yes, we do. We
Yeah.
do. And you know what's going to happen, but for right now, we're just doing the things there.
Right. So we cut back to we see her like walking away, heading back to the inn. Medane, is there anything you want to do?
No, Medane would probably reconvene with Oates and Aldrich when they got back. He would know enough, having studied Asher sometime, that you don't go by his tent at night. Just don't do it. The music, it gets annoying,
Yeah, lovely noises though.
Not good for studying. But beyond that, he would make sure all is secure and find a place to take a rest.
All right, so you settle in for the evening. Are you alone? Like, is there other people nearby?
I would not go too far from Oates and Aldrich.
Mm-hmm. Well, in my case, I would try and find a quiet place, not too far from them, and try to get a bit of incense out and consecrate my armor before sleeping.
Okay.
Go
ahead, Oates.
Can I collect the teeth from the hyena, since they've already been skinned by Asher, I want to say?
Yeah, you can spend some time collecting their teeth.
And
pelts.
All right. And then I would go to play dice or cards with the guardsman.
Okay.
I've gotten the absolute dog crap kicked out of me.
Can you make a nature or survival check to skin them? Ooh.
Can I be like over his shoulder? Well, hold on, let me see. I don't think I have survival proficiency to help. I don't have survival or nature. Never mind.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Yeah, I mean, prying some of the teeth out, you break a few of them, some of them are chipped and stuff, but you still have like pieces of tooth. The pelts you also harvest, but they're not, they're pretty low quality. Like some of them are torn where they shouldn't be a little bit. You're just kind of rough with them.
Yeah.
And maybe they've been sitting out for a little too long for it to be, they've been, it's been a couple hours or whatever. So you get the stuff. It's just it's not very good quality. You can add maybe like one or two of the pelts are just completely ruined. So you can add like 3 pelts and roll me a D6. Okay. All right. Yeah, there you go. So you get like 6 teeth now. These are like mostly like chipped or broken fangs, but you get like 6 teeth from the deal. You can add that stuff to your inventory. 3 pelts, 6 teeth from hyenas. Quality 8 out of 20. Sister Saren passes you on the way back to the inn, Aldrich, and mentions that Echo seemed busy.
In busy hall?
Yeah, she goes, music, dancing, the usual.
Does he always do that at night?
Not
I'm trying to
always.
get a feel for the guy.
Not always, but often enough.
A lot of times with Maylin.
I have the schedule here if you'd like to. No.
Yeah, no, he probably does.
Well, if that's so, could you tell me about of the teachings of your order here?
She says.
We have to pass some time, and
she says, "My order."
Oh, she's the. I'm sorry. She's the priest that was with us, right? Or no?
This lady?
Yeah.
She's a priest. Yeah, she's a cleric. Yeah. So she tells you that she follows strength.
And
yeah, as you probably make a face, I would assume. And she goes, yeah, I know what you're thinking. Armor, weapon, all that. That's not the way I fight. I fight for people who can't do the fighting for themselves. The sick, the wounded. That's where my fight is. Keeping back illness, disease, that sort of thing.
I understand. Well, as even if I don't really agree with the detail of how you do that, if you are following the Arcana, you are doing a good work. I cannot chastise you for that. On the contrary, I purely praise you for that. You seem to be quite dedicated and learn about it. Well, at least all the situation that's happening here.
She goes, fine. I'll try not to chastise you for following whichever Arcana you follow.
Please don't take me. Please don't take me wrong. I am a devout of the Emperor, but I mean no disrespect about anything.
She says, relax. I'm just kidding. I'm not offended. Well, I figure that I should help Zenu and Dravik finish up with the bodies in the inn before I settle down. But you all are welcome to go ahead and...
If you don't mind, I can go with you.
Yeah, that would be good, actually.
We definitely have to purge that place.
She nods and she says, Dravik kind of gives me the creeps anyway. And we see the group of you head back to the inn. Oates, what were you doing again?
Two things. I was going to get a reading from the maybe fake fortune teller, and to play dice with the rest of the guards, her and the rest of the guards.
Oh, the hollow palm?
Yep.
All right.
Since this seems the reading episode, let's get a reading from literally everyone.
Yeah. me see here. Where's Miss Hollow Palm? There. Wait, that's Shu Vashon is the Hollow. Oh, I think. Wait.
Megazara. Sorry. I don't think she has a moniker. She's the one with the branding on her arm.
Oh no, you're right. I think I'm just looking at the wrong thing. Merchant. There she is. Yeah, it is the Hollow Palm. Okay. All right. So the guards that'll join you, I'll have this guy. Here's May Zara. Are you getting the reading done in front of the others, or are you gonna do that?
Yeah, I'll get the. I got nothing to hide.
All right.
Right.
She when she does the reading, she lays out a cloth on a table. Like they're just like organized. They're all hanging out around this wood table. They've unpacked like some of the alcohol and rations, and of course the most important thing, the dice. But when you ask for a reading, she sets out the cloth on the table and puts the deck of cards down. And then she pulls a satchel from her bag, like a smaller satchel. She shakes it as if to like identify what's inside, and you hear the clanking of coins. She opens the satchel and dumps it down on the center of the cloth, and you see gold pile up on the table. Probably like a fist-sized pile of coins. She gestures to you to sit down. And
I sit across from her. Oh.
Yeah, and then she grabs a coin from the pile. She hands it to you, and she says, "Flip it." As she starts shuffling the cards. Flip it and set it on the table.
All right. It's a D1, yeah, or a D2.
Yeah, D2. Yeah. You got a 1. Here's what she looks like for the audience. Heads it is. She kind of looks at the coin you set on the table and makes a face as she deals you 3 cards. Interesting. Huh. So the audience can see what your reading is. And oh wow, you got 2 Arcana in this reading. Roll a D2. All right. Now let's take a look. Here we go. All right. Okay, so same as before, the card on the left usually represents the past or some element from the past having an impact on the present. The magician reversed represents manipulation, cunning, trickery, wasted talent, illusion, and deception. Okay. So, when you obtain the Magician reversed, it may mean it's time for you to implement some changes. While right side up represents true power, the reverse Magician is a master of illusion. The magic he performs is one of deception and trickery. You may be lured in by the showmanship of his arts, but behind that there may be an intention to manipulate for selfish gain. Getting this card may mean there's someone who pretends to have your best interests at hand when the opposite is true. Consider whether this card is in your circle, or perhaps might also represent your current state of emotions. It may mean you've become obsessed with power, and that might lead to reckless decisions that will eventually cause your downfall. It can represent unfaithfulness in relationships, or a wasted talent in professional endeavors, a missed opportunity, that sort of thing. Let's see here. The next card is the King of Swords for the present. All right. Here we go. All right, so the King of Swords typically represents reason, authority, discipline, integrity, morality, and high standards. The King of Swords card shows a king who sits on his throne while holding a double-edged sword that points upwards in his right hand. Radiates intellectual power, clear thinking, truth, and authority. And this king understands that that power holds great responsibility. The tunic the king wears is a symbol of his spiritual understanding. The butterflies on the back of his throne, indicative of transformation. Appearing in a reading, it suggests you should remain objective in your current situation. You must establish truth by sticking to the facts. The King of Swords and his intellectual power implies that you will need to use your intellect to make your point known and attain your goals. Besides your experience and education, you should be sharp and observant to see deeply into problems that come your way. Because he rules over the suit of swords, he has a special connection to rules, laws, diplomacy, systems of logical thought applied and manifested in the world. It also shows that you may need to be stern and ensure you have clarity at all times. When judging a situation, you need to consider all possible consequences to make an appropriate judgment. You should leave your emotions out of it as to maintain rational thinking. Try to confront the issue at hand and make a sober decision. It can represent controlled emotions or high standards for love and relationships. A stern but righteous mentor, or being challenged to do your best in professional endeavors. Yeah. Yeah, that's the gist of it. That represents the present. And Temperance in reverse is probably going to be bad. For the future. Here we go. All right. On the Temperance card, there's an angel with wings. Suggests that there is a balance. One foot is in water to represent the subconscious, while the other is on dry land to represent the material world. Let's see here. The angel holds 2 cups in a manner where they can mix the waters, which represent the super and subconscious minds. The water flows between them, suggesting unity. Everything about this card represents balance, the perfect harmony that comes from the union of dualities. Now, let's get to the reversed meaning. Okay. In reverse, temperance and relationships can represent going to extremes, impatience, an all or nothing relationship mentality. And the professional, it can represent imbalance between work and life, a rushed job or reckless decision. Temperance in reverse is a reflection of something that is out of balance and may be causing stress and anxiety. It does say it recommends using other cards to identify where the imbalance is being caused. It can also be seen as a warning. If you take a certain path, it could lead to turbulence. The lack of a long-term plan or vision may also be seen in this card. It creates a lack of purpose, leaving you feeling lopsided as you search here and there for what you should be doing. Try to reflect and think carefully about what needs to change. Temperance reminds us that all things are good in moderation. We must examine which aspects of our lives are breaking the balance. Upright temperance usually means balance and harmony. The reversed meaning is imbalance. And that is to represent your future. So, as you get this reading, as she finishes going over everything with you, May looks up at you and says, "All right, that'll be 10 gold."
I give her the 10 gold.
She nods. She throws it into the pile of coins. She kind of like scoots the coins off of the cloth and folds the cloth around her deck of cards and sticks it back in her satchel. She then pulls out several dice and says, "Great, now let's see if you can win them back."
I pull out my own dice set.
yeah. And Jin Hai joins you at the table. I'm sure a few other people do as well. We'll say Black Fang also sits down to gamble some money. And Rinka. Rinka will join you as well. And Tetsuo. Why not? Why not? All right. Now, is there a proper way to like play these dice gambling games, or do we just do roll-offs? I think we can just do roll-offs, right?
So there's like proficiency in gaming. So if you don't have it, you would just make a roll. But if you have proficiency in gaming, you can roll with proficiency.
Okay.
I do have it as a proficiency.
Then click that thing, and you will roll with proficiency. As you're someone who knows it too. You're not like rolling dice guy. I got a 12. Is that good or bad? Like oh, I got a 12. That sucks. I got a 12. That's awesome.
Ban this guy.
Yeah, like that.
Holy cow! All right, I'm
Yeah,
not even
that's
gonna.
crit. That's crit right there.
Yeah, I'm not even gonna roll for everybody else. You crit, you take 10 gold from everybody here. So
Thank you.
10, 20, 30, 40, 50 gold.
Oats.
Now, you this may be through a couple plays or whatever, but yeah, you clean house. You not only do you get your money back, you get 5 times your money back. Yeah.
So he actually gets 60 then. He gets his money back and then
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
10
sure.
from everyone else. All right, yeah,
Sure,
no,
sure.
great.
Why not?
Hey, look, you walked in to get a reading and you got 60 gold.
Yeah.
You made a fortune.
And some of the people seemed annoyed, like Tetsuo is kind of annoyed. Maybe Black Fang is also a bit annoyed. And kind of like there's the occasion where Black Fang gets kind of angry and yells, but like doesn't get mad at you directly, doesn't scream at you, but just like yelling in frustration. She's you know, she's very in touch with her anger, you might say. She's venting mostly. Yazara, who gave you the reading, is kind of smirks about it. Is like, oh, okay, well, this is interesting. This is good. She seems kind of like maybe a little bit impressed. But yeah, this goes on for a while. Do you guys play late into the night?
Yeah.
Okay.
I would. Especially if I'm winning like that.
All right. So yeah, you all keep playing. Echo's getting his dance, his private dance. Medane, what were you found a place to rest, right? But nearby?
Yeah, I thought there was talk of Aldrich taking the priests to the inn.
Yeah.
I would follow with that.
You want to go
and then
them?
find my place to lay down after.
Okay. Is there anything the two of you want to accomplish back at the inn before we get to like end of day? Like I'm assuming that you all are like the priests are like reading last rites over all the corpses, you know, so that they their spirits can find rest and return to the wheel and all that stuff. They aren't dishonored in their death or what have you anymore.
Yes.
Are you all wanting to like get the bodies outside, or are you wanting to dispose of them after this is all done? Like, assuming this is all done right, it may or may not be completely necessary to burn them to sort of have their like you know, to be put to rest or whatever. But you can if you want to. It's optional.
Yeah, we're thinking about just ordering them inside the inn, giving them the last rites, trying to consecrate them as best as possible, and that's it. In the morning, we're going to burn the place.
In the morning, you're going to burn the place? Okay.
Yeah, as it was a plan.
Yeah. Fair enough.
While they're doing that, I just want to give like a last once over investigation, see if we missed anything before we torch the place.
Sure, make a roll 14. Take a look at something real quick. 1 second.
Also, if there's something that I would stumble upon with all the work with my passive perception.
16, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So between the two of you and you know, working in the inn for a little while, you do find something it wasn't noticed before. A loose floorboard. Yeah. It kind of moves slightly. It was underneath like a rug, probably like an old rug. And it's in the kitchen.
All right.
Can I use Mage Hand to try and pull it up a bit, see what's under there?
Yeah. You lift it up with Mage Hand. Underneath is sand. And it's probably like a foot gap or so to the sand below. Imagining that the floor is probably supported by stone or wood trusses or whatever. And sort of like half buried in the sand, you see a like a wooden chest with a lock on it.
Aldrich,
it's probably like 2 foot by 3 foot.
So we're going to say
I'm not quite strong enough, but Aldrich, would you mind?
Oh, for sure. So should I roll anything, or we just get that?
I mean, you can just grab the chest and pull it out, and have it. If you're gonna try to open it, then you'll probably need to roll something. It is
well,
locked.
I have no proficiency with lockpicking, so
you can always break it open.
Yeah, we can try that. Maybe an attack roll.
Yeah.
Well, but, please roll as you would. I just spoke out.
I think an attack roll would be fine.
Sure. Let's try it then.
Yeah, you hit with a 15. Let me check. Let's see here. So I imagine it's actually the lock that you're attacking. So I just want to check. Okay. I had to check the material. Okay, so the you like hit it with you're using a rapier thing too. That's probably not helping you a lot. But yeah, it's like it's not a solid enough blow to like do damage to the metal lock on the chest. Unfortunately. Let me see here. It would be you could like keep trying.
Well, I would.
Yeah, so take another swing, I guess. Yeah. Again.
Hit was a poor one, right?
Yeah, it's you're not rolling high enough on your to hit to damage metal. It occurs to you that the wood is probably structurally weaker.
Yeah, maybe around a hinge or something like that.
Yeah. It's just a normal rapier, right?
Yeah.
You hear the sound of metal breaking. At first you think, I got the lock off, like you hear metal hit the floor. But then you look down and you see part of the blade of your rapier just laying on the floor. And you look at the pommel and it's now empty.
Yeah, great. What do you do now? Well, No, yeah.
I'm sorry, man.
No, it's okay. It's okay. I get it.
Um,
Also, it's not my main source of damage, so I'm not too worried about that. But yeah,
you can always pick up another one. There is a blacksmith in the caravan who can help you out.
Sure. Yeah, I'm taking the blade and yeah. Sorry.
Would a blacksmith maybe be able to open that?
Yeah, for sure. We should try that.
Is this
I thought that in the beginning, but yeah.
Is this a locked chest or something?
Yeah, it's a locked wooden chest. Yeah.
Okay. I mean, if someone wants to try to disturb Echo from his dance, Echo might be able to assist.
You could also just throw it from someplace high.
Yeah.
I've got Thunderwave. We could try that.
I think Thunderwave maybe would be too forceful.
Destroy
to
everything inside.
something that would be inside. Yeah.
Maybe, I don't know.
Yeah. And I wouldn't disturb Basher because first I don't know that he can do lockpick. And second, well, 90-50 at the 10th.
I will say, you have seen that I carry around a Morning Star as a secondary weapon.
Yeah, you could always like take the chest with you and open it later through some other means.
Yeah, I think it would be better to open with the party.
Okay.
Unless Madame would counsel me otherwise.
Oates, do you think you have ever seen Asher like pick a lock?
For sure not. I just met you guys.
Oates. I probably wouldn't know that's what you were doing if you were.
Okay, that's fair. All right.
Just like, man, he has a lot of keys to places.
I mean, hey, that could be your solution. That could be the thing you say in here if you want to do that, you know.
If they bring it to me, I'm still in a tent gambling.
Oh yeah, I'm sorry, I forgot about that. Never
Perhaps
mind. All right, yeah.
we keep it with us and ask them in the morning. It's
Yeah.
best not to disturb Echo.
Mm-hmm. Of course, I wouldn't try that.
Yes, he gets quite cranky when he doesn't get his 8 hours of lute playing.
Yeah.
All right. So you guys all decide to like retire to bed with your new chest, I guess, and all that kind of stuff. I'm assuming Oates might be up late gambling or what have you.
Yep.
Hmm.
Drunk ended up someplace, keeping a hold of my gold.
And then we open the chest and find the rapier there.
The new rapier.
yeah, there's a new rapier in the chest.
No, but yeah.
Oates, are you staying up all night?
No, I'll eventually stumble to someplace to sleep.
You mentioned you get drunk, right?
Yeah.
Make a con save.
I quite literally have the liver of a rock, and yet I still have a terrible constitution.
Well, maybe now you have a liver on the rocks.
You just squeaked it out. I think. The DC, I think, was probably a 12. Looking. Yeah.
Gonna wait to celebrate.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you're stumbling, but I would say you're not absolutely hammered. which would raise the DC. So, all right. So yeah, you do okay. I mean, you get your rest. You don't suffer a point of exhaustion. You don't get sick. You're not gonna be super sick tomorrow or anything.
Other than a very ominous reading, I had a good night. I got drunk. I made friends.
Yeah.
I got money.
Yeah. So we see you stumble someplace fine to sleep. However, when you're out, you are out. You are sleeping hard. Echo's getting his dance and going to sleep, I assume.
Yeah, you need spell slots.
Yeah.
That requires 8 hours. All right.
It does, yeah. And Medane and Aldrich are also sleeping. No, there's nobody, like, none of you guys are going to be like standing guard or taking shifts guarding or anything, I assume.
That's what the other guards who didn't get the absolute dog shit kicked out of them are for.
Okay. So, our last scene before we end session tonight. We see you guys all go to bed. Maybe we get a shot as the camera pans across the, we get different shots of the different survivors that we interacted with today. We see Zara flipping coins between her knuckles, staring at her purse, which is slightly lighter now. Jin Hai focusing, thinking intently about something as he takes the last swig of his ale and passes out. The other folks who were gambling with you, we didn't really get to know much about them today, so I'll ignore them. Was it Veska and Kieran? We see them settling in for the night as Veska is doing a reading on her own. And we see her pulling cards from the deck, and she flips a card onto the table, and she makes a concerned face. Then the camera pans across the card, and we see what it is. Un momento.
I'm around when she does that.
She's alone in her own house or building room with Kieran, because she was told to do this reading by Medane, right? And she said she would, and she'd get back to him. So yeah, we see the camera pan down, and it's death reversed, and she like makes a concerned face, and then we get a shot of like Medane or Aldrich sleeping somewhere near the inn. We see Sister Saren kind of putting her stuff away where she's going to be settling down for the night. Doing a once-over of her medical supplies or herbs, medicines, that kind of thing. And then we get a shot of Zenyu praying with some beads, and he's looking at a sort of he's got this parchment rolled out on a table, and in the parchment we see like these elaborate drawings of the Hierophant that he seems to be like kind of praying over. And then we get a shot of Dravik. He's sitting somewhere in his own private quarters, and he's got this bowl with a bunch of these bones in it. Some of them might be bones that we saw him gathering today from the corpses in the inn. He shakes some of them and he scatters them out onto the table, makes a face like he's not pleased with what he sees, gathers them up again, shakes them in the bowl, turns the bowl upside down on the table, scatters them across the table, and makes a face. And then we hear a knock at the door. And he turns and looks up, and pauses for a minute, and there's another knock. And this time it's a bit sterner. And Dravik stands up and says, "What is it? We gave last right already. Was turning in." He starts to approach the door. And he gets to the door and he opens it. And there's nothing there. There's nobody at the door. He leans his head out the door and looks to the left, and we just see like a dark street. Maybe there's some torches from other people who, in the caravan who are like heading to bed nearby. Maybe we hear some voices kind of distant of people that are still up drinking, that kind of thing. He looks to the right, same similar thing. There's not really anybody out moving around near his where he's sleeping. He shrugs and he heads back inside. We get a shot. He's got like a lit torch inside or a lantern or something that's casting a very dim light over the room. And we get a shot of his shadow up against the wall as he like walks by the lit lantern. And his shadow stops moving, but we hear his feet keep hitting the wooden floor. But his shadow just stands there. And he like lays down on a bed, or like he's rolled out a bedroll or something. And then we see the shadow, then we see him with the shot of his shadow in the background, but he's not like looking towards it. And we see his shadow stepping toward him, slowly moving toward him. We can't see his shadow on the wall at all anymore. But this other shadow that's moving independently is like approaching him. And we see it start to reach out its hands towards him as he's like just closing his eyes. And then we cut to black and we hear him scream. And that's where we end tonight's session.
Look, dude shouldn't have eaten before he had to bed. Of course he's gonna have nightmares.
All right. Good session today, guys. Let's see here. Let's go over goals. I try to give good chances for most stuff that I could today. I know a lot of the stuff we didn't get to, but let me take a look here.
Longer term goals are good things.
They are, for sure.
Yes.
All right. Let me take a look at something here. This would be let's do this. All right, there we go. Perfect. Okay, so we'll do experience first. So combat, you guys did have a little combat today with Yuki. It was a deadly encounter, believe it or not. With just the two of you, it was just over deadly. So you guys are gonna get 4 XP for that. You did win the fight. You get rewarded for it. RP today, I feel like was pretty solid all around. I got no complaints about the RP today, so I'm gonna give you guys 4 points for that also. Lore and quest. Not really any complaints. I mean, maybe there's a couple things. The priest rolled really bad. There was potential lore there that the priest maybe didn't get to. And that was just really poor luck. I think they had like 2 chances each or something. So like 6 rolls, and they failed all of them pretty much. They got a little bit of information, but it wasn't high enough to get anything significant. But we did get some other stuff. There were some things that were said that seemed like they didn't make sense. by the new guy, the old man from the desert, and by the man with no shadow. Um, I think that I'll count that as a plus. So I'll give you guys 3 for lore quest. I'll just take off 1 point because the priest failed all the rolls.
And
And
we're punished because you rolled bad? All right, okay.
I mean, you guys could have made rolls yourselves too. I mean, that's the thing. You guys could have gotten everybody together and been like, "Hey, can we try to figure out what's going on with this?"
Yeah, but we rolled in the last session for that, so I didn't think it would be appropriate.
True. Now you could like, let's say you made religion roll last session. You could have made history this session or a different roll. You know what I mean?
Got it.
Gotten a different kind of information. That's something you guys can also do.
Okay.
Rule of cool though. I think we, even though it was more of an RP heavy session today, I think there was a lot of cool moments. The tension with the black powder judge and Yuki, the what is it, the Iron Wind, I think is what her name is. That whole scene I really thought was cool. There was a lot of tension there. I thought the scene with Vesca and Kieran was also kind of cool. Like a lot of the interactions with the NPCs today were pretty cool. I dug a lot of that stuff. So I'm gonna give you guys 4 XP for that also. So that puts you at 12 plus 3, 15. So you guys are probably at 31 or 32 XP.
31.
Yeah.
Not bad, not bad. Goals. Let's go over goals. So Aldrich, understand where he is. I do think you got a better idea of where you're
Yeah, I know the date, I know the region.
Yeah. So I would count that as a success. You can take a point of inspiration for that. Also, nobody used inspiration today, I don't think. So,
No.
if I believe we said that stuff carries over.
Yep.
But isn't there a maximum? Is it a maximum score you can have?
Well, I mean, I wasn't expecting you to hand them out like, candies last session, so,
Yeah, I'm gonna say. I mean, you guys.
You were reading
accomplished
the last one, no? Mine started this time with the symbol, then the magister incident, then get to know
You're
people.
right. I was looking at last sessions. Sorry. Try and get some information about the Ouroboros symbol.
Yeah.
Its connection to the overarching situation. Yeah, didn't really happen.
Well, we get some information about that, but I trust you to be the judge of that.
What was the information you got about it?
Oh, what was it?
Some connection to a death cult.
Yeah, but we already knew that, no, right?
Well, if I recall, Dravik said, "I've never seen a
Yeah,
death
he
cult."
failed on that one. Yeah, you're right.
He was like, "I've never seen a death cult that used this symbol."
Yeah.
If even one of the priests had gotten a successful roll, I'd give that one to you.
Okay. No, I'm fine not having that one.
Gather information about the infamous magister incident. They straight up told you the story.
Yeah.
Basically. Renji and Yuki basically, or mostly Renji, because he can't keep his mouth shut, basically told you pretty much everything that happened with that. So you definitely get an influence point for that. Get to know some people from the Caravan. I think you definitely did that too.
Yeah, more than I was expecting.
Yeah, we got to see a lot of NPCs that we didn't interact with so much last time. So I'll give you another point of inspiration for that. Let me go back up and start at the top here.
I mean, according to Renji, Yuki is now madly in love with either him or me, or both.
He might have been.
Maybe both.
He might have been trying to get on her nerves with that. Let's see. Medane. Do my first reading with new tarot cards. You did that right away. You get a point of inspiration for that. Find the source of the rumbling ground.
I don't feel like we did that.
Nah.
No.
Yeah, I don't think so. Learn more about the undeath cult. I mean, I don't think we really learned anything we didn't already know. Kind of.
I mean, you've also said these should be a little harder, so I could understand
Yeah.
that not being a thing
Yep.
there.
Yeah. I think if you got like a name for them or even like
Hmm.
what their deal is, I would give that to you.
All
That's
we
reasonable.
really learned is what they aren't.
Yeah.
Yep.
All right. Asher. Of course, the first two did not get accomplished. We did not make it to creation today.
Yep.
But
They're long term. It's fine.
keep Kalia and Malin safe. I mean, they're safe. You've kept Malin close. So yeah, I'll give that one to you. Give you a point for that.
All right.
Oats, get Caravan to safety. Yeah. I mean,
I don't think I can take that one given how the session closed out.
Yep.
yeah, I mean, if I was gonna be that strict, then it would be like you're never safe. There's no such you're never really in safety. You know what I mean? Because I can kill
Yeah.
I can have something happen and kill anybody at any time. Yeah, I'm gonna give it to you. I mean, you kind of got all of yours in that case. Treat wounds. Sister Saren helped you with that. Get your fortune read. You also did do that. Okay, I'll tell you what. I'm gonna give you the second two. I'm gonna not give you the first one.
Okay. Fair.
And I think
Does
that's
that-
everybody.
Because I feel like we could have set up a watch for something and we didn't.
Yeah.
True.
Yeah. I mean, players taking watch and shifts is definitely something you should consider doing going forward. I mean, I basically told you guys I wasn't going to attack you during this long rest because of the difficulty of the encounter first session, and also technically some of you had a I mean, it was technically a deadly encounter, even though there was no risk of dying today. But I didn't say I wouldn't kill anyone else. There's just something to keep in mind going forward. I don't know about how you guys normally handle it in game, but the way I'm always used to handling long rests and watches is if there's somebody takes a 2-hour watch and you switch out throughout the night and everybody gets a long rest and you're fine. Other things to let you know about, if there is a threat of you being attacked during a rest, I'll roll a die on my own to see which watch it happens in, and then you'll probably make a contested survival check to see if I get to attack you. And that's the way I normally do that. And if you fail the check, then I get to attack you during the night. I didn't even do the roll this time because I told you guys I wouldn't. The other things that could happen is if the attack happens, perception rolls, how well on watch do you see it coming? Do they get the jump on you? If you're the type who wears armor, you don't sleep in it. You can't sleep in armor, or you don't get a full rest. So if an attack happens while you're sleeping, you have to fight without the armor, or you have to take with heavy armor. I think it's like 20 minutes or something to put it on, because there's a lot of straps and stuff with these armors. It takes a lot of time. So
in all honesty, if you're wearing heavy armor, it takes 20 minutes and another person. Like, if we're talking literal here.
yeah, you're probably right.
Yeah, we're basically talking impossible during a fight.
Yeah. The amount of time it would take, you would not be able to get it done before the combat's over. Yeah.
It's 5 minutes.
It's 5 minutes?
Yeah, 5
Okay.
boot up and heavy.
For some reason, I thought it was like, okay.
I know that in other editions there was feats you could take to sleep in armor, but I'm pretty sure it's 2 feats to sleep in heavy armor, and ain't nobody doing that.
Well, I mean, the Google AI, for some reason, I thought it was 5 minutes for light armor and 20 for heavy, but Google AI says 1 minute for light armor, 5 for medium, and 10 for heavy.
The DnD5e compendium says it's 5 for heavy.
DnD5e compendium is correct. Google AI search results, not always right.
Yeah, the AIs tend to use forum posts.
Yeah, one for light, 3 for medium, 5 for heavy, 1 action for a shield.
Yeah. Okay.
Mhm.
Cool. Sounds right. Appreciate you being on top of it.
Happy to do it.
So it's just, stuff to keep in mind in case you're ambushed while you're sleeping. To wake everybody up, if you're on watch and you get attacked, make a really loud noise. That usually does the trick. If they're not passed out drunk, it'll probably wake everybody up that's nearby, that's within earshot. If they're passed out drunk, it may still wake them up. I was kind of just being a little shitty on Oates today with the getting drunk thing. If for some reason it doesn't, you can always, like if somebody is a particularly sound sleeper for whatever reason, you can always take an action to shake somebody awake. And that's usually how I handle that stuff. But good job today, guys. You guys did great. You handled the sparring match with Yuki really well. I kind of thought she was gonna put both y'all down. She's like a CR2 or something. So at level 1, she's kind of difficult to deal with.
Never underestimate poking and teamwork.
Yeah, wild oats. Wild oats for the win, man.
Yeah, dude.
Those back-to-back nat 20s.
Oh yeah, no, 2 crits. 2
Yeah.
crits, that's a team effort right there. I'm going to crit you, and then my friend is going to crit you.
Yep.
But yeah, I thought you guys did.
On the other hand, we can't fight a box.
yeah, that is the drawback. Yeah, we did lose.
You're not a boxer. You should have gotten on the other side of the box to give you flanking.
Look, all I'm saying is Echo knows how to handle a box. Okay, all right.
Yeah, rest in peace, favorite rapier. It's okay. You'll get another one. You might even get something better. Who knows? You'll just have to talk to what's her name, the blacksmith lady, and get that sorted next time.
Yeah, but I wouldn't bother her in the night, and also it's a bit late, right?
Yeah, fair enough. But
For us, I mean.
Yeah. Thank you guys for playing. Thank you guys for watching. Hope you guys had fun. I can't wait for next game. Remember, if you want to find me around the internet, the links are in the description below if you're watching on YouTube. But for Twitch viewers, there's my link tree, links to all my socials, and the Discord we use is public. You can jump in and see the public channels. There's chaos, there's art channels, there's lore channels for questions about lore. And if you want to just chat with us, poke us, call me names, whatever, it's fine. You can jump in there for free. Does anybody else got anything you want to add? I think we might be getting ready to start another show Tuesday sometime soon in the next couple weeks. I don't think it's tomorrow, but we're meeting tomorrow, right, Brandon?
Meeting tomorrow. In fact, there's something I need to talk to you about right after this. So,
Oh gosh, I hope it's good.
Might be.
All right, right on. Well, thank you guys for playing. Great game tonight. I'll see you guys next week.
Thank you for DMing.
See ya, man.
Yeah, thank you, man. See you.
All right, bye, guys.